Fuck Diggity 85.
You never know. Someone out there remembers you for being nice to them on a bad day.
Shoot him with the oh head. Get over here. I'll shoot you with the dick.
Any more tricks up your sleeve?
I will keep them coming.
Man, I am thoroughly enjoying this already, and it's been like 10 seconds.
Give me my knife back, bitch.
What?
Oh, Lord, they coming.
Hey. Okay. Oh shit.
Hey, what up, Frenchie?
Shit.
What's in my internet history? You know.
Right, joke's on you. I'm into this.
You know what's in there. We both know.
Reboot.
You're
Remember that reference? I knew you would, buddy.
what kind of man you are. They just
Joey.
gave porn nothing new.
But this game is less Sean Connery and more.
I knew it.
Hello, baby.
Almost.
I'll make you randy.
Almost ready.
Blech.
Keep doing this. I keep going live when I'm
Did Frank get first?
still
Of course
setting
he did.
up.
He's like the best one, which is cool. So,
It's going.
that part
It's going
was a
pretty well,
blast,
I would
'cause I
say.
did amazing.
It's Friday.
I was
Thank fucking
undefeated
God.
until the end.
Yeah.
Like
I have a lot of Digi games ahead of me.
Right? Everybody I fought, I sent them to the loser bracket. And then Frank, I fought him like halfway through, sent him to the losers bracket, and even I was surprised because like Frank's good.
That should be fun. How are you doing? How was you?
Oh, wow. Dude, she's like farted blood out. She's like, bleh.
Whee.
And it's like a pool.
Know exactly what's going on. It's only the
Oh,
preview.
shit.
Oh, okay. All right.
Oh, shit. Why did that scare me?
Had today off, working the weekend,
Oh, I jumped a
unfortunately.
little bit.
What do you do again?
Pathetic.
That sucks. I would sacrifice. Yeah, dude, I would sacrifice Fridays to keep my weekends.
Bitch, who
But I'm glad you had a day off. That'd be nice.
Hey, here's a really sus. Sussy Baka. I got my underwear in there. Bitch, I'm about to
Hey,
take my
cook.
underwear off.
Dope.
Why won't you?
Make me maybe some grilled cheese. Yeah, I want some grilled cheese and tomato soup. That sounds really good right now. Here's the thing. I'm pretty tired, but I don't want to cancel stream. So here's my nighttime coffee. Something I never do. I might regret it, but I don't know, man. Oh, it's fucking hot. That's hot. Also used that pour over. I'm a fucking hipster. Incoming regrets, yeah. All right. I think we're toasty. Let's do this. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think it did that the first time I streamed with this setup. This like fucking slowly crawling black line. I want to know what changed. What changed? You changed, man. I don't know. I'll figure it out. There's other methods of capturing this camera's signal that I'm gonna look into. Hopefully that'll work better. Yeah. I did it. Where's the remote? Right there. It's working. It's working. No, yeah, it should be not game, but display capture. Or not display, but game. Sick. All right, let's didgeridoo this. Oh yeah, I can't hear shit because this is all the way down. Yo! We're back. Really excited I'm playing Onimusha again. I'm glad Onimusha's back. Fuck, I think it's in September. That's when 5 comes out. Oh yeah, I forgot what I was doing. What's Lemon playing? Loss of scaling? Oh yeah, tank controls. Ew, I used the stick when I loaded up just now. Why would I do that? Ah! Oh. Oh. Ah! That's what I wanted to do. Happy Friday. What up, Zara? Happy Friday to you too. I'm really happy it's Friday. It's been busy. Oh shit. Oh shit. You okay, buddy? What are you up to, Zara? You can't see me. You can see me, can't you? You must have a grudge against Nobunaga as I do. I was sent to Gifu Castle as a scout and was caught and killed here. And now I've been caught by the evil energy haunting this well. I'd like to give you something, but I can't even do that now. However, if you can obtain the purity charm from the castle, then maybe we can help each other. Yeah, sure, man. JC Jones told a lot of people of NostalgiaCon to check out Livewire. Oh shit, that's really nice of him. What up? A lot of people at NostalgiaCon to check out Livewire. Yeah, that's really nice of you. Appreciate that. How you doing today? Happy Friday. The birth of the Demon Clan began many years ago. It is said that the king of the demons, Fortinbras, was born in the chaos of the universe that he created in 13 days. Before spawning the Demon Clan underground. Yeah, what a native Oso. Okay. I just had to make sure I said that right. Then Fortinbras planted the seeds of life across the globe. Oh, is Fortinbras God? They created the animals known as humans as a perfect food for demons. Humans referred to demons as devils or monsters, yet very few are aware of what demons truly are. The demons and humans came to an arrangement where the demons provided science and technology to the humans, and in return the humans provided many sacrifices to the demons. There was, however, a clan of Oni in a country called Zigpangu in the Far East, which had lived there since before humans were born. This clan refuses to obey the demons, causing the war that would span centuries, eventually resulting in the victory of the demons and the near annihilation of the Oni clan. It is said that there are Oni weapons which still remain hidden in the dragons of Zipangu, but no one knows exactly where exactly. I think that same document might have been in the first game, but because I'm a silly goose, I read it all. Honestly, I might have skimmed last time, because I don't remember hearing that Fortinbras directly created us, or maybe now that I was reminded of who Fortinbras was, that just has more context. Oh shit!
Are you okay?
Yeah. All right, how are you? How are you? Bitch.
Jubei, ready?
Cool, I don't know what we did, but that was cool. Ghastly escaped. Ghastly, no! The fuck? Damn, did I just decapitate him? Oh, he has a mask. Right in the butt. Tight. Oh shit. Nice stock baby.
There's a baby.
I would like to see the baby.
Oh mio. Oh my baby. My baby.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, don't sweat it.
What? When you said daughter, you didn't mean baby daughter, did you?
Fucking perv, dude. She could have been any age for all you know.
This is too good.
Fucking
She is very
psycho.
cute. Hold her tight, Eke.
Oh.
old is this guy? He's too old to be chasing daughters, you know?
Easy. Shh. Easy. You're safe now.
Yeah. Oh shit. Chill, dude. Chill, dog. Chill.
This is my baby. My daughter.
What?
Very, hand that rocks the cradle of you.
When the castle
Put that
fell,
on.
my daughter was crying like this. I did everything I could to rescue her. But in the fire, she...
Aw. Jesus Christ, he's crying.
Eke.
When she was born, I promised her. When she grew up, I would become a feudal lord and make her a princess. So
Aw. Well, maybe if you're a better dad, then she wouldn't have burned alive. Give her back, you psycho.
Please, take great care of her. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's pretty good coffee. Every time I hear this, I hear that one Naruto song in my head. You know the one where it's like, oh shit! I don't. No, that's not block. This is block. You bitch! Ah! Herb. Oh shit. Purify charm? Oh, actually, I think that is what I have to do. Get the shit out of it, right? Or is it the purify charm? You can use the earth rumbling. This is ice. Oh shit. I need a new weapon. Yeah, and this is lightning. I don't remember an earth weapon. Is it like a hammer? Might be a hammer. Oh shit. Magoichi. Thank you. Thanks, pimp.
Jubash, ready? Now.
I got you. I think. I heard something. Oh shit, I'm almost out of arrows. I don't have any more range attacks. Do I equip different? Because I think I might have different arrows. No, normal arrow, normal bullet. That's what I was thinking about. Shit. Get a gun. All right, I'll be back. I'll be right there, buddy. Do it. I could do the classic yo. Sorry. Yes, I won't stop. I could probably do my armor too. I'll wait. Ah, that's probably a waste. Oh. Oh, 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 oh. Block that, bitch. I forget how many saves I had in the last game. It was probably like over 30, just because I'd be saving. But it's like having. Oh, dude, you would make Onimusha kind of more fun in a way. It would be like an ink ribbon system. Limited saves. I know it's trying to do its own thing, but you know, there are roots that are tied together. You know, I only spent 5 hours in this mansion. Let me see the map. What a mansion. Oh yeah.
Jubei, ready? Now.
I don't know what you want me to do. I'm gonna hug you? What's up, bro? Anything interesting? I found this. You can have it if it helps. Oh, it will help. Thank you, dude. Okay, give you a gift now? Here. History book volume 1, bro!
It would be better to read them all at once.
You're never fucking happy. He frowns. He frowns? Why are you frowning? Well, you know, I did just save. I don't like that. I don't like that. I thought you get the history books. Oh no, the Kotoro guy. I'm quit. I just saved. I'm gonna reload it. It's okay. It's okay, guys. I promise. Yeah, that's fine. I did it for friendship. Wee. Okay, that's right. That's my fault.
Jubei, ready?
Yeah, I know what I'm supposed to be ready for. Damn it. You bitch. So it's this room. Yeah, shoot him. I rely on you for these range attacks.
Now.
Shoot him! You idiot. There you go. Thanks. Good job, buddy. Alright, give me that herb again. Thanks. Then we just dapped. I already did this one. Alright, hold on. So there's the map, but I can't go. Oh, there's more over there. Oh, I thought it was blocked off. It might be. I might be roaming around aimlessly for a second. Well, not fully aimlessly, but you know. Oh shit. I wasted all my arrows. It's okay. Oh shit. I remember these guys being easier to Eason. wait. What the fuck? Oh, I'm out of magic, that's why. That fucking sucks. No, wrong button. There we go. Yeah, that was awful. It's okay. Okay, this is... Why is he on the fucking map if it's locked? Okay, try that other door then. And I'll get back into the castle. I'm for sure I didn't... I went left when I should have gone right. You know how it is. It's a good opportunity to maybe not grind a little bit per se, but hey, baby. At least get some health and magic back. All right, I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. Yo! Oh shit! All right, that's my bad. Man, I really suck at the ESEN thing. That's my biggest flaw here. Oh, that's where I came from, and then can I go this way? Nope. Okay. See, I already went through this. Can I leave by chance? Can I go this way? Nope. Okay. Back to the mansion or castle. Oh, there's more. Die! Oh shit. Oh, those annoying orbs. Get back here. That's mine. Worth it. I feel like I hear more though. Yep. You. Ruler. See, I don't even know half the Pokemon anymore. You changed, man. Even though my buddy Chaz, the guy that was over here, we played Shadow Monks, he kind of got me back into the trading card game. I have a Team Rocket deck. It's got Mewtwo and a bunch of fuck. Because I have a nickname for fucking spiders that I call Chrystantulas that I got from Ed Bassmaster. I actually forgot the name of the fucking Pokemon. It's the cute little spider one. Ooh, I'll take that. Alright, so let me check my map. Because for sure I gotta go... Not this door, but the other one. I just want to get my bearings first. So there... Oh, I never went in that room. Is that locked? Is that why? I'll try it. I'll fucking try it. Oh wait, do I have any items I can... I got the Purify Charm, which I don't know what it does. Purify Miasma. Oh, yeah. Now let me fight way there. Which I figure out which way it was. Oh shit. That hurt a little bit. It might be in here. If not, it's definitely upstairs, but... Oh, hey, what up, dude? I'll give you this. On second thought, no, I won't. Ha. Fuck you. Oh, wait. You get the history book, right? Let's have a trade instead. I have lots of excellent stuff, bitch. History, like volume 1 or whatever. Oh, wow. I only get to see? Oh, this is a shitty item. Star Rewards Super M Liquid. Oh. I'll just hold on to this, I guess. Must. I'll check it later. I don't think I have anything to give this guy. Wilted flowers. Called something else. Wilted flowers. Whatever. This all goes to OU. I think. Now. Wonderflower. Oh, I can give that to them if I give them a bad gift. I think that's what that's for. Incense. Probably for homegirl also. Why is my cat on drugs right now? Got them zoomies. Incense goes to Katara or homegirl. Oh yeah, I give it to this guy. Because she gets B, he gets an A. Give me something good. Oh damn, Spider-Man.
This is rare. My friends will be jealous.
Seems to be absolutely overjoyed. I got normal bullets. Cool. For my non-existent gun. Thanks, buddy. Lost my bearings. Oh, that's where I came from. Okay, we're gonna try this. Wait. This way. Oh, that was kind of cool. Yes! Fuck. Sorry, the E-Center is so satisfying, even when they're like on a complete accident. Look at that, motherfucker! You want some too? Fuck. The wind up. Oh shit. I just hear footsteps sometimes, it's a little startling. Fuck. Too soon, Junior. Alright, one more time. Fine. We got time for that. It's the other room. I know where it's at. It's with that like force field, which was upstairs. Let me enhance now though, because I got more orbs. What should I enhance? My Boraito. My Huchinyari. I don't even know if I'm saying it right, but it feels right. I like this one more. God damn, dude. I gotta fucking... I might have to actually grind off screen. Off stream. Nobody wants to sit for that. Unless you do. Sorry, my nose is like perpetually stuffy. Pisses me off too. Sit still. Also, I don't think this is the room. Is it? Man, I have like no sense of direction. I swear. It's in here. Right here. Alright. I think. Better be. What the fuck? Oh, jeez. Alright, cool. Alright, not this way then. Oh. I hop down? Alright, I'll find it. It's fine. No, it's fine, don't worry about it. Fuck. It's okay. Low key, it feels like I might be like grinding while I'm searching for where to go. That's locked. Okay, I think I might know where. To game facts. What was in here again? Oh, this dude. Yeah, what do I do? Talk to me. If only I had the purifying charm. Oh, I gotta give it to you. Oh, I thought I had to get the whatever, the charity orb. Here, yeah, I got you, man. Aw, shit, here we go again. It's fucking Shattered Limit. What a bow? Motherfucking bows in the house. What's up, dude? How you doing? How was you? I miss you. Let me connect the chat so I can give you a shout out. Oh, I didn't see at all what he said. What did you say? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. That's loud as fuck.
Okay, this is 2, 3. Jump.
What that mixes up behind that? I don't see it.
She does the dive. Okay.
But, what up, bro?
This. Easy sauce. One more, and then we got this.
Saw, dude.
There it
Deadwolf.
is.
How you doing?
We got it. Boom. It's over.
What's good, man? How was Was that a raid? Oh shit, this is blocking it. Thank you for this. Oh, dude, thank you for the sub. 24 months, 2 whole years.
I don't know why that was hard for me before.
Thank you. How was Heroes of the Storm?
It's weird that I was struggling with that
Oh,
before.
yo, doing good, my guy. Hell yeah,
easy.
that's what I love to hear.
I don't get
Kraka
it. Brains
and
are
Cash
strange.
Cow's in the house, man.
Brains are strange. The fact that my brain couldn't grasp that before. Just
What?
now.
What?
I'm like, I swear I rode that goddamn
happened?
shotgun while I was sitting
A raid?
behind that tree doing
A
nothing with my
raid
dick in my hands.
from Muffin?
But no.
Thanks,
apparently
Muffin. How
not.
you
I
doing?
just broke my own dick. Wasn't even reloading my shotgun.
That's funny. I want to.
You're supposed to, at least not
Fucking
for
Deadwolf.
free.
How you doing, Muffin? Thank you so much for the raid. Hi everybody. You might have seen me in Muffin's chat. My name's Shattered Limit. I'm a variety streamer. And I want to play all the Onimushas before the new one comes out. And I mean like all of them again. I'm gonna do the mobile spin-off. Not mobile. The fucking tactics. Oh, we an ad? Oh. Sorry. Hold please. Let me know when you're back. It says you have about a minute. Sub Shattered, the dude is a legend. Aw, thanks Cash Cow. You're a legend. But what's good? I hope you're all doing well today. I'm playing some Onimusha. Alright, let me know when this here. I don't know. It says about 40 seconds left on my ad. On my end. But we're gonna get through this as a family. I figured out what to do. Bronze Mask left. Ooh, where's Bronze Mask right? Where's Bronze Mask right? So windy right now. Do I hear it? My like windows are rattling a little bit. So you liked Toy Story? I think I saw your notifications that you thought it was adorable. I like to hear it. I hear a lot of people kind of negative on it, but I don't know. People are negative on everything these days. It was adorable as fuck. Nice. Did it make you go? Aw. Oh, this is the room, I think. Right? I'm already lost. Nope. Yep. That's where I was. Idiot. And then it is upstairs. At least 3 times. Good. What's the last movie that made me go, aw? What do you think? Oh, you know what? I am going the wrong way. I know where to go. Because I got the mask, so I got to put it in that one blue door, which is this way. Hereditary. Looking at this child's head, and I'm like, aw. Mama goes cutting off the birds of a head of birds, and I'm like, aw, you. I love that movie. I'm waiting and gonna take my kids to the new Minion movie coming out on the 1st. I keep forgetting that there is a new Minion movie coming out. I feel like there's always a new Minion movie coming out. I've only ever seen the first Despicable Me. And I feel like the Minions have kind of surpassed that, right? It's the fucking Minion show now. I thought it was cool though. There's like what, 4 Despicable Me's and like I don't know how many Minions. The Minions to me are like Rabbids for cinema. Yeah, pretty much. Nice. It's like nobody gives a shit about whoever. I forgot the name of. Is it Gru? Is that his name? Like we're here for the Minions, motherfucker. Is ad over yet? Gru, yup. Okay, yeah, hell yeah. Damn, it keeps spawning. Oh, I got the Eason. Fuck yeah. So I think you're back from ads. Hi everybody. My name's Shattered Limit. If you heard that before, you're gonna hear it again. I'm mostly a variety streamer. I have an emphasis on like, I'd say like Resident Evil and shit, but I'm branching out now that I ran out of those. Oh my god, how are you? Hi. Yeah, what's up? I was lurking your stream. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. I hope you were here for your shout out. I gave you a shout out. Everybody follow Muffin if you're not. She's one of the more entertaining streamers I've ever seen. Lively, funny, and I would kill to have just a fraction of her energy. All right, so where the steps in. But what up? Oh, I have both masks? I didn't realize that. When did I get the other one? I'm not even complaining. Are there any Onimusha fans in the house? Oh, it's right here. Bronze mask. Oh, pop my neck. Ah. Door's been unlocked. Way. Oh. Who's this? Who we got? I've never seen this. Oh, this is awesome, dude. It starts off basically, love you. I love you more. I love you. It started off essentially Resident Evil, but samurais.
There is no way to stop.
And this one's low key kind of got like,
Just forget about it.
I don't know, adventure mechanics. Like it feels almost like a dating sim at times because I have to give these motherfuckers gifts.
Stay here with me instead of returning to his side, which is falling.
Get him, get him.
You're disgusting. Touch me again and you'll regret it.
Ah, good old dub voices, you know? Ooh, okay, interesting. Yeah, so long story short, they're, you know, Onis from Japan. I guess there's a clan of Onis that fought demons back in the day and they got eradicated. But there's still like artifacts and stuff and spoiler, I don't want to spoil it. But anyway, people can channel the power of Onis and they fight demons.
It was the Oda clan who attacked Yankee.
And for some reason, every entry, the main characters are like A-list actors.
Since the Yagyu clan stood in our way of
I like it, but I think they were doing it before it was popular.
just annihilated
3, the next one, has Jean Reno in it. As Jacques.
Go.
No, don't go. Don't leave me.
Go now.
No, I love you. Stay.
Hurry.
Fuck off. Get the fuck out. Yo. Oh shit, I don't have any magic. Ah shit. Wait. Let me change weapons. Okay. Fuck you. Oh, and I can absorb souls of demons into my hand and do cool shit with it, like upgrade my weapons and heal. I feel like I've watched animes with similar concepts. Oh, probably. In fact, I hate how people call the style anime, but I'm not sure if it is anime or not. But there is a show on Netflix that is based on Onimusha. It tells its own story. But it might be anime. I don't know. Whoever produced it, we'll see. Where do I go? This way. I kind of want to backtrack and actually no, I can heal right now. Sorry, I'm a little scatterbrained. Let's do just a little bit of medicine. Oh, and in this one it deals with, so you know, Nobunaga Oda. Like that's how they say it in the beginning, but he ends up being killed in, you know, prior to the first game, but he made a pact with demons, and now he's like leading armies and shit. And I don't know who the fuck this is.
Who are you?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. My name is
Slim Shady.
Gogandantis, the
Gogandantis.
swordsman of all demons.
Oh, and it's implied that like
Who talks like
other conquerors like Alexander the Great and Genghis Khan, they are also like they made pacts with these demons. The Genma.
Someone like you. My sword is trembling with tears of excitement.
Yeah, this one is basically anime. See, one was a bit more serious. Like it felt, I mean, it was still campy, but this is almost like parodying the first game. Yuki-sama! Oh, bitch. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I can't see. Oh, shit. Man, I just get my ass kicked. Wait, what's going on?
Hey!
Oh.
Jimmy!
Hey, welcome back.
Use this!
How do you know my name?
Come on!
Hold on, I love you.
How sad. Cowards never triumph and heroes never run. But I suppose that it can't be helped. You are too weak to take me on.
Yeah, probably. I thought I could beat you, but I guess he's a recurring villain. So I played all these like forever ago,
This way.
and I don't remember them as well as I maybe should, because I played this one in high school along with 1 and 3, and then I played through them again when the remaster came out. I keep saying this like every other stream, and that would have been like, oh wait, let me talk to her first. Oh, never mind. Yeah, 2019 when the remaster came out of the first one, and I own all these on PS2, but you know.
Let me use the orb that you wear around your neck.
Yugi. Show me them orbs. The faith orb. All right, cool. Can I give you a gift? What are you gonna do with my orb? Charity, faith. Faith, no orb. That was stupid. It just explodes. Oh yeah, and then it is said that long ago, like the Demon King Fortinbras or whatever, he like seeded life on our planet Earth, and he created us as like food for demons. The fuck? It's a robot unicorn. Attack! Remember that game? Oh wow, haha. I know, I didn't expect that. But then there was a deal that was made, right? Where they would make like machines and shit, and then we would make sacrifices. But there was a clan of Onis that rose against the demons, and they were almost like wiped out. But they banished the demons, and now they're back.
Get on.
Onimusha's dope, and I'm so glad it's back. I can't wait. Part 5 is gonna be sick, bruh.
Yeah.
Fucking Autobot. Or no, that'd be a Maximal. Yeah, this dude was like dead for 10 years before they modeled him and put him in the game.
Where did you get this orb?
It's been in my family for
Yubei in
generations,
his bay riding on horseback, right?
but it's yours now. For
It's like,
saving
yeah,
my
what up,
life.
girl? I got a fucking
Thank
robot
you.
unicorn. You want to ride it with me?
By the way,
Yeah, it sounds like a euphemism, but
I never did get
we're
your
literal.
name.
My name is Oyu.
Oh, you.
I'm from Odani.
So you were related to Asai.
What up, Reloy? How you doing?
Nobunaga is taking down Asai.
Reloy! Dang
I
it.
had no chance against his army, so I went to Gifu Castle to kill Nobunaga myself.
Nobunaga.
But I was caught.
Look, I know she's a PS2
understand.
character, but she's kind of a baddie.
I must take revenge on Nobunaga for the Yagyu clan.
Well, I'll be here in Amashu for a while.
Yeah, dude, I think you're
so-
in, Jubei.
Uh,
5.
anyway, thank you for helping me.
What's up, my lord? Being chilling.
If you need anything, please let me know.
Anything? Wait, I'm back. You see that, horsey? Mechanical horse I used to get here from Gifu Castle. Oh, I was hoping it would like say something like Jarvis. Jarvis, run a scan on OU.
Hey,
His looks giving me Bruce Lee vibes. Yeah, he's actually. I forgot the name of the actor. It's like I don't want to be wrong. I don't want to be wrong. It's gonna be racist if I'm wrong. Like it's like Masuda or something. But let me see.
That woman.
Jubei actor.
Are you sure?
Onimusha.
Do you know something about her?
Yusaka Matsuda. Okay, I was actually kind of close.
Somewhere.
Close enough.
Anyway, don't trust her. Believe me, Jubei. Don't turn your back on her.
I haven't seen much of his work outside of this, but apparently he was like a pretty prolific A-list actor in Japan. And he is a direct inspiration to Spike Spiegel from Cowboy Bebop. Spike Spiegel is basically like, I don't want to say ripping off, but it's heavily inspired by a character that this guy played. I guess he was like a smooth detective. I wasn't listening. I'll go back to the hideout. I'm bored and we let's talk. Okay. That is, you talk and I'll listen. I'm like listening to other people. I don't really talk. I just press X, dog. Ooh, okay, nice. Hell yeah. Oh, you guys are repeating lines. The face in the description seems awfully familiar. Hold on. That's my younger brother. I told him not to kill anyone and just stick to a good old swindling and brawling. I started my own business. I can't seem to do well for some reason. Aw, hey, that reminds me. Check out my Etsy shop, everybody. Currently, there is a 25% off discount on everything listed. Did you hear about the beautiful woman wearing Western armor? Yeah, I did. That's what I'm looking for. Apparently, she's on the second floor of the bar. All right, I'm on my way. Bet. Good looking out. Actually, let me go to the store and buy some gifts first. I'm gonna woo her. Shopkeeper. Good day. Actually, looking at closing the shop and returning to my hometown. I'll give you a special discount today, so by all means, spend. For real? Damn it. Icky. Damn it, I don't think I have enough for everything. Let me see. Oh, no, I don't. Is he really going to close up shop? Don't do that. Oh, I can equip them. Oh, hold on. Is he really going to close up shop? And this doesn't feel like a discount, you fucking liar. Naughty novel? Yeah. We're doing it. Treasure box. Nobody knows what's inside. Black pills. I love that gif. Love potion. I'm gonna give that to OU. I'll just make her like puke and shit herself. What the fuck was in that? Yeah. OU only. I mean, everybody else had a head start on gifts. I gotta catch up. Damn it, is he really going out of business? I might have to grind. Hold on. Let me look it up because I actually don't know if that's true or not. Does the shop keeper? Hang on. It's important. Sorry. Oh wow. Yeah. You've reached the shopkeeper's third and final inventory restock. Oh, I think I fucked up. I never bought everything in his prior restocks. Imasho town streets, enemies will spawn consistently. Preferred weapon, defeat the Genma. Alright. Damn it. Alright, well let's chat everybody while I get money. Well actually let me. Damn it, this is annoying. I want them to go out of business. But yeah, it's saying I get something called the white necklace if I buy everything in his restocks at the end, which is coming up. And that causes constant health regeneration, which sounds awesome. I think I bought only everything in the first stock. Oh, wait, where is she? She's on the second floor. Bring her to me. Hey, girl. Jubei, a very pretty woman came by earlier. She said she was looking for you. No one's as pretty as you, babe. Apparently she's waiting for you at the marketplace. Is she a friend of yours? It's not what it looks like. Alright, let me see who to give what. Mirror. Oh, you.
It's beautiful. I can feel its energy.
Not as beautiful as you, babe. Has a satisfied smile on her face. They always do. Oh wait, I actually need that. Hang on. That helps a lot. Power jewel. Oh, health. Hell yeah. What else can I give you? Cameo. I think that's also fair. I'm gonna fucking love bomb on this bitch right now.
It looks nice. I hope I can use it.
Sake from Kaga. Oh, that probably goes to Iki. Iki. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Iki? Yeka.
I'm very glad that you found this for me.
Anything for you, babe? A wide grin. Oh shit. Oh, what? For real? Thanks. I felt good. Sorry, I popped my neck. I don't. Oh, I got the bouquet, but it fucking. That's what this is. And that explains the chick. I had the egg, and then it hatched into a chick. And then the bouquet turned into wilted flowers. So I can't give that to her now. Fuck. Anyway. It's fine. It's fucking fine. Don't worry about it. Who do I give tea to? Her. Welp. Yeah, I know, right? No, it makes sense now. It kind of reminds me of, have you played Metal Gear Solid 3? Sad Flowers? Yeah. Maybe I could try and spin it and be like, hey, babe, this represents my undying love for you. I don't fucking know. Medicine? Hell yeah. Crystal ball. Oh, you. Oh yeah, but in Metal Gear Solid 3, time passes if you have like animals in your inventory. If they're dead, they rot. And stuff expires. She's extremely delighted. Tight. Naughty novel. Oh, that probably goes to Icky. Oh yeah. Give you a better weapon too.
This sword will do nicely.
What about no? Odaito Volume 3. Oh wow. Allows you to execute a powerful charge attack with the broad and charge to even longer time. Sweet. Yeah, so like I said, this game is like half dating sim, it seems. This is the only one that really does this. Oh, I give you the cloth too, right? And it's kind of worth it. It is a bit of a hassle, but I like the reward aspect to it, you know? Oh, Homeboy gets this, actually. Windbell, probably her. Yeah.
This sound cleans my soul and warms my heart.
Oh. Very red and happy. Alright, what do we got? Akoichi, this guy. What up, B90? How you doing, dog? 1 second. Let me, I don't know if you guys can hear my cat running around behind me. It's kind of terrifying in a way. Oh, what up, everybody? How is you, B90? Give him a follow. Plays lots of dope games, lots of Dead by Daylight. I think this is what, Hunt Showdown, right? Doing all right. Getting my shit pushed in Hunt Showdown. Nice. What are the odds? No, Dead by Daylight. Oh, okay. Well, I hope you push your shit back out. Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
What
I'm
kind
sorry.
of girl do you think I am?
Not that kind. I didn't mean to. I just clicked. I'm sorry. I don't think I've ever played Dead by Daylight. Oh, you don't play Dead by Daylight? I thought you did. All right, I'm tripping. No Dead by Daylight. I see what you're saying. Let me undo that. She got mad at me. Wonderflower. I'm sorry. Forget that. Where were we?
What just happened?
I just gave you porn and you got mad at me. Your cat, it sounds like a mini xenomorph running around. She kind of does. She actually kind of goes, like, she rarely meows. She like chirps and shit. And she goes like that. It's weird. I think it's cute. My cat's defective. Oh, she's meowing at me. Calling me a liar? You calling me a liar? Come here. Can you see her? Probably. I thought about it a few times, and sometimes it's fun to watch the killers, but otherwise I don't think it's my jam. Oh no, dude, I didn't hear a cat. Okay, nice. I totally feel that. I am not really a Dead by Daylight guy either. One of my friends Kevin, Veronica, and other people, you don't need other names, but anyway, they got me to play it with them a few rounds. I just got sick of like the whole generator stealth shit. Like that's all that game is, you know. And I don't like it, but yeah, playing as a killer seems like it could be fun. All right, so this guy gets sake. No, the alcoholic downstairs gets sake. Crystal ball. Oh, that probably goes to OU too. Crystal ball. Yeah, I'm gonna give it to OU. Oh, I heard the meow. Actually, you might have heard there's a cat in this game that meows. You might have heard that actually. Got one more. Oh, is she important to you? No, not as important as you, babe. Here you go.
It's fascinating.
That's a crystal ball. Wait till you check out these ones. No. Magic Joel. Yes, I love these. All right, and then you get the history book, I believe. Right, history book volume 1. Oh, actually, dude, that sucks. All right, you don't get that. Oh, you get the cloth.
This is nice.
Fire arrow. Oh, I could definitely use that. All right, what are the gifts we got? Let me move the mouse. Sorry. Oh, professional. Do you like the naughty novel? Who gets the naughty novel? So why isn't it on this list? Let's probably rename something else. Naughty novel. I imagine the fucking bald perv downstairs would want it. I don't even know if he's a perv. Oh, naughty novel. E+1. Oh wow. Okay, give it to Aki. Yeah, and he gives me the Hien Kiahan. I don't know what that is. So once I'm done with this part, I'll get to killing demons and making money because I need money. Oh no, not you. Not you. You. What? Hey, Chiz Sparkle. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. You're my new best friend. You're family now. He hums to himself with a smile. He's like, I'm gonna jack off to this later. Yeah, thank you for the follow, bruh. Hien Kiahan, which goes to Ian goes to Kataro upstairs. Damn. Yeah, this would be a fucking nightmare if I didn't have this guide. No shame. Like I said, this is technically my 3rd playthrough, so I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I gotta take off, but catch you later. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Just so you know, I'll be playing through all of these, so I hope to see you for more Onimusha shenanigans. Thank you for the follow, and you have a great night.
It's just what I've been looking for. Thank you.
You're welcome. What does he give me? He looks very pleased and surprised. Super magic liquid. Yeah, I'm gonna stock those up for like the last boss or probably something. We'll see. Most likely. I remember what the last boss is, and I remember it being kind of tough. Magoichi. Yep.
This will be of great use to me.
Bet. Secret medicine. Ooh. What else do I have? A key. Okay, yeah. And I'm gonna go up to the stairs and give her the love potion. Cause I love her. Hold on. Oh fuck yeah! What's he gonna say?
This is all mine.
Hell yes! Excuse me. Dokatsui. Is that one of the technique books? It's funny, I think I'm ahead because I actually don't even have that weapon. Oh, Saki. Yugi-sama. I'm just assuming. Okay.
Are you sure that I can keep this?
Yeah, bud. I think. Watch it be wrong and I just lock myself out of something. I have to reload. I wouldn't do it. I would just say fuck it. Yeah, give it to him. Or Magoichi, but this guy just screams raging alcoholic, so I just assume, you know? And then let me go give love potion to my girlfriend. Yoo-hoo, schnookums. Hey, babe. Got something for you.
Oh no, I feel strange. What is happening?
That wasn't the reaction I expected. What was in that love potion? Let me go complain. It's a good dark turn. Oh wait, I can recharge up here. And then go to yeah, it says to the Imasho town streets. Enemies aren't gonna spawn here. Let me check. Let me go. How do I leave this town? I forget. Oh. Yeah, let me go to Yagyu village. Actually, I know enemies like up there to the north. They'll yeah, there's no leaving this town. All right, let me go get some money so I can buy everything. I'm a little bummed. I think I might have fucked up, and I'm not gonna get that that white necklace. Either way, I need to grind because my inventory is pretty like low level, like equipment and shit. Oh, actually, I think the mines, like the mines proper, will have a lot of drops in there. see you. You think you slick? Think you slick? Damn it. Yes! Okay. For the Isen. Do it. Do it. Fuck. Too late. Do it again. Fucker. Alright, you know what? I hate it here. Let go. Yeah, doing the Isen reliably. I don't know. I can't do it. My skills have waned with age. Just kidding. I couldn't do that shit in high school either. Or could I? I don't even remember. Yeah, let me go to the mines. I'm gonna grind. Get some cash money. How much do I have now? 700. Hey, that's actually not taking that long because I was pretty broke when I first started doing that. What's up, dog? I can probably enhance a bit when I'm here. Map. What's shaking, home vac? Ninja dog. What's home vac? I did think about it. I was like, did I just do a what's up dog kind of thing? What's home vac? What's good, man? I just made it up. Okay, I like it. I thought you were like making me say something. Shaking vac. Nice. Shaking home vac. I gotcha. I gotcha. How's your morning? Happy Friday. Or Saturday for you now? Yeah, it's Saturday. It's the weekend, bruv. Sorry. Gold mine map. I think there was still some doors and shit that I didn't get to go to. I'm running out of new greetings. Oh, it's all good. You know, there's always the old classic. What's up? I feel like you gotta keep it fresh. You gotta keep me on my toes. Keep them guessing, you know? I forget. I know you're a big Resident Evil guy. You fuck with Onimusha? I forget. The fuck? Never played it? Okay, okay. Hey, Reloy. Wait, what is that? Is that ice cube? What is that? I can't tell. It's too small. Let me zoom in on this. Jarvis, enhance. Oh, let me click off and then zoom in. I don't know what the fuck that is. The guy drinking coffee here. I had it on PS2, but just never played it. I think you'd like it. It is effectively at first Resident Evil with samurais, sort of. Oh shit! I just Easted by accident. Best kind. Yugi. And again. Hell yeah, brother. Wait, I got a text. What's this? What's this? Something on my phone. Holy shit. No, didn't finish. Fuck. Ah! What are you doing? Stop it. Haha. That was awful. 500 gold. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Okay, yeah, this is the place to grind. We'll go back and forth. Because I need monies. I'm poor. Oh, who the fuck are you? Oh shit, I just got to follow up. hoping that'd be a Nissan. Okay, whatever. I'll take it. Did Nobunaga do this? Nice. What up, Jay? I'm grinding for money and souls because, and it might be I mean, it's good to get this experience anyway, but I found out that the shop closes at a certain point in this game, and if I buy everything it has to offer, then I get a white necklace which gives me regen. But I might have locked myself out because I don't think I bought everything by his second refresh, you know, and that's unfortunate. Oh shit. That's a good one. I might steal that. Did Nobunaga do this? I'll save it for the third game. Do it. Fuck. Damn, start over, I guess. Nah, it's fine. I just wish I knew that going in. Nice, I needed that. Yeah, I remember when I locked myself out of the fucking grenade launcher in Code Veronica, and I started like the last, like it was like 3-4 hours. It was at least 3. It was basically that whole stream. I had to redo it. What am I looking for? Oh, the map. Yeah, this way. How's work? This is probably gonna be a late stream, so I'll keep you company for a while. Damn, go so slow. Suki. What up, you boy? How you doing, brother? Oh, what? Are these guys bad? You're not bothering me. I'm afraid to attack. Oh, wait. Okay, cool. Oh, they're not bothering me. Oh, nice. Like a little Wheel of Fortune. Good.
Good what? Good things? Good things.
I think it says good things. How you doing, pimp? Okay, I'm really glad I went to the mines, dude. There's a lot of gold here. Makes sense. Hey, Jill. Jill is a good girl. I don't think she's the goodest girl. Like I said, I think there's something about Claire. Something always been about Claire. Oh, wait, no. Goodest girl is Sheva. What am I thinking? Need that brown sugar. Thick. That one's scary. I don't know about that one. What's over here? Oh, nothing. Should I attack these guys? What's up with these robots? Sorry. You seem like the machinations of the devil. Oh, fuck. You know what? Oh my god. Might be a problem. Come here. Oh, shit. Why they never bring back Sheva? Dude, I don't know. I thought she was a pretty popular side character. I mean, she's not the only side character to be left behind. Whatever happened to Billy? Bring Billy back. But Sheva over Billy, dude. Sheva was like a ride or die in that game. They should bring her back. Honestly, I kind of hope they stop with the remakes after a point, but you can do worse than remaking 5 if they do decide to do that. Ah, fuck. Can't see. Are you vulnerable yet? Follow me. Come here. Come here. Fuck. Fucking camera. Are there not currently planning to remake 5 or 6? Okay, good. Shove in your mouth. Shove these notes in your mouth. Nice. Yeah, because I think, because 4 is like literal perfection, and I do think that the remake is awesome remake. I love the remake. And I could argue, it didn't need a remake. 5 doesn't need a remake. 6 could probably use a remake. But honestly, I think that with like co-op multiplayer, that could be fun under like the RE4 playstyle. So I wouldn't mind that. And then 6 is such a bonkers story. I don't know how they'll even handle that. Even then, that was a pretty ambitious project. I wouldn't mind a 5, but instead of remaking 6, they should just apologize and delete from all stores. I can't wait for you to play it. Yes! Motherfucker! Why not? Nah, why not remake and fix the things that people hated? Yeah, I keep hearing that argument too. Yeah, I do think that's a good idea. The thing is, like, I don't think Resident Evil 6 is a bad game, but it's fine. The people have spoken. Because fixing what people hated would be the entire game? Yeah, basically. It would be a complete, like, redo. And I think the remakes are technically new canon, so it could tidy up with some things that people didn't like, yeah. I just ink the... Oh, fuck. Hold on. So, sorry. Gimme. I just ink people just want something to hate. Oh, yeah, 100%. It does have fair criticisms, But I do think now more than ever, it is cool to hate everything. This was cope when it was new, and it's levels of cope never before seen when people still hate it 15 years later. No, that's what I'm saying. I get it. There is fair criticism. And I've said plenty of times before, I think it's a bad Resident Evil, but I think it's a good game. It definitely deserves a lot of the hate. Wait, did he hit me? Yuki! That's why a remake would be good, so it would shut all those sneaky virgins up. Even if they did remake it, people would still bitch about the original, Because remakes don't replace the original, Like, they might in the timeline, but, they still exist. And that's why I get annoyed when people complain about remakes themselves. It's like, you don't gotta play it. Go back to the OG, it's fine. Oh, cool. Did I kill him? I did. Hell yeah. motherfucker. Hold on. Hey. Okay, go.
Oh.
Except Capcom does try to replace the originals. Look how long they refused to release the original trilogy on modern stores. Good Old Games had to beg them to do it. They just said we had the remix now. So yeah, they are out of touch. But that's from the developers' side, you know? I'm not talking about like the consumer. Have you set retro achievements yet? No. I'm not playing retro games right now. Like, I don't even have... I mean, I can do it with, like, my PS2. I might do it... I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Because I'm still on the fence about how I'm gonna... oh, fuck! I didn't mean to... Fucking god damn it. Hold on. I have to handle this. I'm not sure how I'm gonna do 3 and 4, because I have them physically, like, real hardware. So I'm tempted to actually, just play my real PS2. But if I do an emulator, I might be able to do the retro achievements that way. Is that a draw? Like, yo, I got retro achievements. Wanna watch me earn some? This is a retro game. Yeah, but this is a HD port on Steam. So it's got Steam achievements, you know? Damn it! So close. It's a draw for me, LOL. Nice. Well, it's not possible with the version of this game I'm playing right now. But I'll consider it going forward. Okay. But I mean, like, having it in the title. There's people that are into that, right? Like you. So it's worth considering, especially since I'm tempted to... I'll do a test to see how I can get it to look. But I might do it for 3 and 4. Oh, I think there were enemies over here. Well, there's only 150,000 members on the site. Yeah. Oh, I think I said this last time. That checks out. I think not only is like retro stuff like that kind of niche, retro achievements are even nicher within that, you know? So those numbers make sense to me. I would like it to be more. That'd be kind of cool. Make it like a more known and mainstream kind of way to bring life into old games, but the vast majority of people don't play old games. How much money do I have? Do I have enough gold yet? Yes, I have plenty of gold. Damn, dude, I should have been doing this. Damn it, dude, I might not even have enough to get the white, yeah, I love retro gaming, but I don't care about all the retro achievements. Yeah, I don't really either. I mean, it could be fun. I know a lot of people like them. Because it's like making like, oh, it's Donkey Kong Country, but I get achievements. But if it's what the people want, you know, I'll do it. Fuck, I'm out of magic. I tried to use my magic attack. I fucked up. I was gonna charge. I feel like there's gonna be more coming up. You, Mario, you. Oh, dude, I kind of want to do. I'm gonna stream everything. Currently doing the Resi 2 Chivos. What's Chivo? Oh, achievements. Is that slang for achievements? I don't think I've heard that before. Gotta kill all the bosses knife only. I've never done a knife only run. That sounds awful. I'm sure it's rewarding, but I would get frustrated, I think. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I don't think I have enough to get the white necklace, so I think I fucked myself out of that item. You should stream this sick retro game called Guild Wars. Me? It does look fun. It does look like a game I can get into. But it's not Final Fantasy 7. Huh. But as long as you're having fun. It does look fun. I think I'd rather play 2. Alright, let me go buy shit and continue on with the fucking game. Hey, doggy. Oh, hi, doggy. Yeah. Yo. Bitch. I'll shoot you an attack from behind. Wait. There's orbs to get. How do I do the East-End chain? I know you can do it. And this is a 3 thing? 3 only? I thought I was in 2. Maybe they're not close enough. That's what it is. It's the only explanation. Oh. Go. Alright. So how come they killed your boy Oliver Tree? He's not my boy, but I don't know. I hear that fucking rumor. I don't believe it. I think it was just a fucking accident. A tragic one. That sucks. But I don't buy this whole, I mean, the timing is a little sus, but I don't buy into that conspiracy theory. Let me buy some stuff. No clue who he is. You probably heard his music. Like in passing or on reels. Hold on, let me check something. Fuck, I think I fucked up, guys. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get the reward. It goes on and on and on and on and on. Who's trying to do business with you? Anyway, I found this in my storage room while I was rummaging around. I'll give it to you as a souvenir because you've been such a loyal customer. Yes! Yes! Shuri, I did it! Fuck yeah. He had a sussy death. Helicopter accident, he predicting his own death before it happened, exposing elites and shit. I didn't hear about all that. I just heard he was mad at his record label, so he kind of like did the Taylor Swift thing. I think he re-recorded his own music, and he was free for the most part. And yeah, I guess he exposed a lot of like the music industry elites, and he was doing his first world tour, and then he so I read that. That's funny. And then yeah, he was in Brazil, and his helicopter collided with another helicopter, and then he died. It's unfortunate. That sucks. Like I wasn't like, man, I liked what I heard of his music. You know, it was catchy, and he seemed like a nice enough dude. So it's unfortunate to hear that happened. But, you know, I wasn't like a diehard or anything. Not that that really matters. It's sad. They droned a heli into him, isn't it? No, there were pilots in those. I can give you a pearl necklace whenever you want. Nice. I like it. That's funny. Let me save. Let me enhance. Enhanced? Enhance? Yo! Max, okay. And then, damn, dude, I don't think I'm gonna upgrade everything. Prove it. Prove that they used a drone. I don't know. You fucking prove it. Oh, green parrot. That probably goes to homeboy upstairs, I imagine. Oh yeah, him or Magoichi. Kotaro. I'm gonna give it to Kotaro. I think. Whatever. I don't think it matters. Is this like how? Is this like how there were bodies in the Roswell crash, and then there weren't? Maybe. Disappointed. It's okay, I'll make it up to you, buddy. Here you go.
Another magnificent piece to add to my collection.
You still look disappointed, you fucker? Thank you, nice. If I say anything to offend you in Gifu Castle, you're fine, dude. Don't even trip, dog. You, what was up with that baby that you almost stole, weirdo?
This line works great with the ladies.
All right. Fancy paper. Who do I give that to? Oh. Here you go, buddy.
This will be of great use to me.
And usually pleased. Power Jewel? Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah.
Wow. Is this
Oh,
what
movie's
you
over.
call a pocket
Darkman
watch?
ended. What should I put on now? I was thinking Nightmare 3. We still going? Alright. Yeah, let me change it now. I'll rewind it later. And you know what? I'm gonna go pee also. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be RB, which is Dead Man's Shoe. I don't think I have that movie. Put Dead Man's Shoes on. I never heard of that. Here, when I come back, give me a description of that movie. I've never heard of it. Am I going the right way? Wait, no, I can't go up. Why can't I look up and go there? I'm trying. Don't you dare fail me, game. Don't you fucking dare fail me. This is on you, not me. Fuck. Fucking bitch.
He's coming out of the glory hole.
Get back in your glory hole, chicken.
The cock is going in the glory hole.
It's Soviet Russia. Cock beats you.
Yeah, beat his ass, Oh, glory hole.
He's in. Zordon, he's coming out of some sort of intergalactic glory hole.
Oh, fuck.
You the man now, dog, Sean Connery. No, one of my favorite lines in the whole franchise of 007 is the "That's a Smith and Wesson, and you've had your share." He like shoots it in the back twice. Like, my man. Must be dreaming. But this game is less Sean Connery and more "Hello, baby." I'll make you Randy.
I'm in a room full of gold bullion and bearer bonds. Must be worth hundreds of millions.
Bro, LMFAO.
This is amazing. Oh, what up, Salt? Do you go by Salt or Tofu? I've been teeter-tottering. How's your day going? Paint me like one of your French girls.
I'd pay thousands to suck dick. What? I spend so much on PJ.
Oh yeah, that's funny. last time I mentioned my sisters, I was talking about Cyberlycan. I was like, he's such a Chad. I love him so much. I'd let him date one of my sisters. But only Cyber. But he's taken.
Attack on Titan. Yeah, I still gotta get on that. Oh shit, he's eating her butt. He's eating her butt. Don't eat my butt. Oh,
nice. Did Frank get first? Of course he did. He's like the best one, which is cool. So that party was a blast because I did it's a amazing. British movie, and you should watch it completely blind with no expectations. I rented it from Blockbuster like 20 years ago, and just like low budget, straight to DVD movie, best discovery I ever made. Nice, that sounds good. I'll be down. I'll look into it. How is that looking? Bad. I'm gonna find a way to fix that so it looks better. I swear that the first stream I did with this, it looked fine. Now it's broken or something. Okay, it looks nice here. It's just the refresh rate should be matching, or at least double that. So I don't know. It's fine. I got normal bullets. Hell yeah. Black pills. Blue and yellow, purple pills. Oh yeah, you can take this one. Probably a little disappointed, or no, he likes it.
This is nice.
Who gets the box? Oh, you do. Hair oil? The fuck?
Awesome!
Damn, he loves it. Oh, dude, you're gonna love this. Did we just become best friends?
Can I test this on you? Just kidding.
That's it. Fuck you. Hair oil goes to homegirl. Hey babe, got something for you. Man, I really want to kick that guy's ass. Oh, Kotaro? She's happy and satisfied. Crown. Crown probably goes to Kotaro too. Oh yeah, it goes to Kotaro if given in. Oh, Kotaro's fine. He's my homie now. Hoot hoot escaped. Couples rings? Just for me and babe.
I bet I could get a lot for this.
Probably. Ooh, fuck yeah.
This will suit me very well.
It's awesome. And then history 8. You bitch about this one too, you motherfucker. Oh, Kotaro gets it. All right. Ah, damn it. Do you even tank control? Oh, he's right here. I just want to see my muse again. Lemon.
I can get into this.
Cool. I don't have a gun yet. Do I? No. And what else do I got? I'm gonna give this to Bay later. What about copper ring? Or copper coin? I'm almost done, guys, I promise. Michael Chief given the Oni second. Huh? Whatever. gonna give it to Icky. And then I'll figure out where to go. They said something about some bitch in the someone's looking for me.
Well, better than nothing.
Fuck you. Alright, oh, I could use that actually. Thanks. Oh, whoa. The screen flashed. I don't know if you guys saw that. Alright. Let me go upstairs and talk to Homegirl and see what the hell she said. What'd you say? Marketplace? Okay. Is she that important to you? Oh, wait! It's that one chick. It's the Jubei! It's that one. The snake lady. I'm pretty sure that's who we're talking about. But the only girl I'm excited to see is you, babe. Hey, what up?
Look at
Oh, shit. What the fuck?
like what you see.
I did it. So I was like, yo, you gotta take one for the team. And this is who they fucking set you up with.
Worthy of my life. My body and my mind belong to him.
Ew. Lady, please stop gyrating.
No one shall stand in the Lord's way. Jubei, you and that hateful woman Takajo must die. Ha!
Akujo.
Here we go. I'll go to Yaku village and kill her.
No.
The chase is on.
Don't. How do I get to Yagi village from here? Oh. That's how. Yo. Oh, can I read it? No. Alright. Oh, I did save. Stupid. Also checking to see how that's looking. Not great. I'm gonna troubleshoot after stream and see if I can get that looking proper. Yugi. Right. Oh. Nope, it is this way. Stupid. Oh, hey!
You must have missed me.
Nah, not really. I was hoping for my girlfriend. Get the fuck out of here. Damn it. I didn't ask for your help, kid.
Ready?
Ready for what? Do I have to press X on you or what? I don't know who you want from me. Oh, it's you. You're invisible. Oh, I thought you were an enemy, dude. Ooh. Damn it. Falling apart. A rickety old man at 35.
Jubei,
Hey! Hey,
where are
babe.
you?
I'm here, girl. Nice to seeing you here. Oh wait, I feel like there's a what's the button? Okay, I think I need the. I'm pretty sure there's like a hammer in here, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's the third weapon. Oh, turn around. I hate that button being quick turn. Can I remap that? Probably not. Probably not. No, I can't. Oh, there's control type A. Type B. What changed? So A, B, A, B. Okay. Quick turn. Still quick turn. Oh, right stick is quick turn now. Oh, that's way better, actually. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, did I switch it back? Okay, it's B. Yeah, because like right now it's D-pad to move, right? Or left stick, but I hate that because it's analog. It just feels wrong. But if I want to use tank controls, I have to actually click in the left stick to quick turn. Oh, this is map now. Oh, this is way better. And then with right, I don't have to remove my finger from the D-pad. I can just quick turn when I need to. That makes way more sense. Hell yeah, dude. And then this is map. Sick. Where is she? Okay. Whoa! Don't hurt her. Actually, I think she does die. I forget.
You're too late, Jubei.
I imagine Nick Swartzen from Reading 911 when he was like, I was murdered.
Hold on.
What's your name? I don't even remember.
Dearest son.
Oh yeah, that's a reveal.
I wanted much more time to talk with you.
Bitch, you lived in the woods like not even a mile away from where I live. You're a deadbeat. Ew. So she's a Oni, and that's my mommy, which makes me half Oni. The Onimusha.
Jubei.
Jubei.
What happened?
You just killed my mother.
The first time we met, she revealed that she was my mother.
Oh. Wait, I thought that was revealed now. I must have missed that.
One day, I met your father and fell in love with him at first sight.
I'd fold too. That's all it takes. Damn, dude, she looks like she's about to kill him.
It was destiny.
Nice. Wait, he didn't notice her fucking snake tail? He was into it.
This woman told me that it is the Yagyu clan's mission
Yagyu.
to stop the demons
Oh,
when
baby.
they rise up to the surface. For this, the chief of the Yagyu clan had an affair with a woman from the Oni clan, and they had a baby of Oni origin.
Baby.
A long time ago, the Oni on Earth and the demons of the underground fought a great war. In the end, the demons won, and the Oni were scattered. I never knew my mother, so a woman appeared all of a sudden and claimed to be my mother, and stated that I have the blood of the Oni clan. I can't just accept it immediately.
Jubei.
And the coffee ain't coffeeing. I'm a little eepy, but it's okay. I want to play this. I'm gonna keep playing this. Can they give Oscars for video game voice acting? There are awards, right? I don't think.
But if it's true,
I know you're being sarcastic, but I'm actually really curious.
I'll be the Oni warrior, and I will destroy the demons.
Like there are video game awards based around that, right? Like internally or something. Like best writing and best performance. As far as Oscars go, that'd be kind of cool. thick. What'd you drop? Ring of Takoja. Is it a gift? No, that's probably like a key item. Yeah. Zara! Thank you for the raid, my brother. How you doing, Zara? What were you playing? Dead by Daylight? Should have known. Should have known. Thank you for the raid, dude. Welcome in, everybody.
I think it's broken.
Like, oh, I go this way, I guess. All right. Where do I leave? This way? Let me out of here. Okay. Of course. What? Yeah, Dead by Daylight. What can I say?
1, 2, 3, go.
Well, thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. I hope you enjoyed your game. Make sure you eat something. You gotta eat post-stream. Unless you're like me. Because there are times where it's like, I'll like skip dinner. Or I'll stream late because I had to eat. But how's your night going, bro? Oh, I'm out of magic. I tried to do my magic attack. Gotta suck up all them souls. I'm addicted enough to be a D/D content creator. You technically are, right? Do you have edited content? That'd be kind of cool. Like, do you upload like highlights? I mean, I know you do highlights and clips, but you should do like scripted content. Yeah, I do. Oh, nice, nice. At times. Yeah, I do once 2 years ago. And it was crazy. There are people in the comments still asking me for me to make part 2 of my Maximo review. I should. I have the script and most of the voice acting done. I just gotta edit it. And I fucking open up. I have PTO coming up. So I would like to actually use my time off to work on a side project like that. Fucking open up your shit. But yeah, I'm an official, oh, Dead by Daylight creator. I see what you mean in the program. I didn't know that they had that. Whenever someone mentions or plays Dead by Daylight, I just wish I was alive 1,000 years earlier. Why? You're a Dead by Daylight hater? It's not my cup of tea, but I see the appeal. My thing is, like, I feel like I would rather play as the killer. You were too late, huh? I know how painful it is. This must be Jubei. I love playing killer for sure. Yeah, I remember I was watching you play as the alien. For what's worth, I saw a demon woman go into the house over there. Yeah, you don't say. She killed my mom. Not a fan of nested simulation addiction. Nested simulation addiction. Explain. So I play more survival late so I can play with Z's. Nice. Oh shit. Oh, I can't block with that? Fine. Shit. Okay, I'm fucking up. Ah! Ah! Bitch. I got a little bit of health. Nice. All right. Oh, okay. But what are you up to tonight? My cat is hyper right now. Okay. Just you? Oh, there's another one. Yeah. Fuck. Mere souls. So I know this guy, yeah, known him for like 3 years, and he's like 25 now, right? All he does is play Dead by Daylight, drink, and suck on Zin pouches. In it. He broke up with his high school sweetheart 2 years ago because she wanted a family, and he told her he wanted to play Dead by Daylight inside. Well, I mean, that's not the game. That's fucking your homie. That's a homie problem. I'm up for you every night, giddy. Giggity. Nice. See, yes, I'm a Dead by Daylight hater, but only because I've seen it ruin lives. That's a him problem. I mean, it could have been any video game. Like, dude has issues beyond Dead by Daylight. Yeah, that's not a Dead by Daylight problem. It's like, please game responsibly. That's sad. That's unfortunate to hear, but no, I wouldn't blame the game. Hate the player, not the game. Oh, there's more here. Oh, in the house. Okay, he did say that. Oh, shit. He's always gonna chill with Z's, be lurking. Okay, man, thank you for the lurk. Tell Z's I said hi. He's always talking about he wants to play this game series or that game series, and then some Dead by Daylight Chivo comes out, and he's just got no life. He just goes on, and he's just no life's it again. Yeah, dude, that's not. That's the game. I'm not trying to victim blame here or anything, but yeah, that's not. I feel like if it wasn't Dead by Daylight, it would have been something else. Like Fortnite or some shit. I don't know. Does your friend just have kind of an addictive personality? Oh shit, he can jump. Oh, nice. Oh shit, dude, they just keep coming. I don't know, he just seems to have no ambition beyond more Dead by Daylight, and I pretty much did the same thing with Dark Souls that he's doing. Good old video game addiction. That sucks though. I hope he turns it around, because that's no way to live. Kaleidoscope, nice. Those are cool. I want a kaleidoscope IRL. I like the witness go. LOL. So I'm trying to warn him, and he's not listening. You can only help somebody so much, man. And if somebody doesn't want to be helped, then you know. But you say he's your. It was his high school sweetheart, but is he like your high school homie? I don't know if I misread that. You knew him for 25 years. Okay. Damn, that's a lifelong friend right there. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks. But yeah, he should get that looked at. I feel like there's something here to open, like highlighting. Ooh. Oh, I feel a breeze from behind this wall scroll. Maybe I should try cutting it. Or Guardian's right. He's 25. I'm nearly 40. No, I've known him. Oh, he's 25 years old. Sorry, I skimmed when I reread that. 3 years. He's 25. I'm nearly 40. Yeah, I'm getting there too. Bang. Abacus. Yeah, I do. Yeah, that blows. It sounds like an actual addiction. That's no fun. And it's Dead by Daylight. There's better games to be addicted to. Hey, baby.
What's
How you
wrong,
doing? What's wrong, babe?
Jubei,
Somebody hurt you?
you told me that she is still your mother, even if she is from the Oni clan. Do you really believe that?
I'm a monster.
I was raised without
Don't look at me,
knowing who
babe.
my mother was. Now that I've met her, I can take comfort in the knowledge that I was never alone.
But what if they weren't related by blood?
Oh my god, look at that terrifying
Would they
mouth
still truly
animation.
feel like mother and child?
What? Well, you. What are you talking about?
Oh, is that the inflection? Oh, you.
Nothing.
Where you going, babe? I should make a mini doc about him called From the Genie to the Hook. Genny? What's a Genny? Sorry, I'm also dumb, if you noticed. Probably clocked that early. Whoever was writing this letter must have attacked before finishing it. Oh, that sucks for him. Ooh, puzzle I'm gonna suck at. Oh, one of the ornaments is missing. Alright, I'll find it. Oh, do I have it? Oh, let me use these. Oh, dude, I have a lot of these. Gotta get the Guinea. I'm on the Guinea, etc. Oh, that's what they call the generators. Oh, Jenny. Oh, okay. From the Jenny to the hook. Nice. That's what they call generators in Dead by Daylight. Okay. That's kind of funny. You should do that. Do it. That's it. I don't got the orb yet. Or ooh, ring. Yeah. Fuck. Damn it. Some kind of device. Looks like I need to turn the plates to complete the picture. What? What picture? What picture are we talking about? I don't see. Oh. Do they all have to be upright? I don't know what the goal is here. What the fuck? Oh, I have to check that one. I'll be back. This is crazy. I'm afraid to auto progress. But let me see if there's any clues. Permit. Like, didn't I get like a quarter of something? Like 1/4 of a picture? Books. Pictures. 4 guardians. Oh, okay. Yugi. All right. So that helps out a lot. So bird, red and blue. I need to find the other picture. Or I can force it. Let's see. Oh wait, yeah, I fucked up. Blue. And now I have like what, 4? So, oh fuck. Wrong one. So you're probably black, and then you might be white. No? Other way around? Fuck, dude. Raid, nigga, raid! Alright, so you might be white, and then you'll be black. Oh shit. This is pretty high tech for feudal Japan. But let me check out what's over here first. Is this where I came from? Nope. Oh, it is. Oh, there's a lot of Genma outside. Let me. Oh wait, there's something in here. Rats even devoured the food. Oh, it's a rat. Whoa. Oh shit! I puckered a little bit. Oh shit, damn, they're fucking everywhere. Is there a safe spot around here? Oh, it's all the way back there. Yeah, I'll do it. Actually, that's probably one where I'm headed. I'll just do that. Was there another? Yeah, there's like a backyard here. Oh shit. Oh shit. Is he inside? Oh, he is. Okay, cool. Making sure I'm not like, you know. I checked everything. I like how I saw the puzzle without you, because it really reduced the amount of possible combinations. Picture drawn by my father, who's a master of the blade, but of the brush, not so much. Damn, dude, tell me how you really feel. Oh, it's fucking camera angles, man. Fine, bitch. Is there more? I can only see this way. Yep, there are. Nice. Oh wait, seen this? So you've seen this? What is this? I'm streaming, babe. All right, let's see what it is. Shorts, open link.
The most suspicious things Oliver Tree.
I'm not in the mood for that. Oliver Tree stuff. I'll check it out after. Oh shit. It's like Saw down here. Can I hop over? What do I do? What do I do? Do I come back? I'll go save. And I'll fall to my death. Oh, this was this door right here. Oh, welcome back. Like, yep, there you are. Okay, that is the entrance. Okay. Here we go. I guess I do like this weapon too. 4's not even enough. Damn, bro, you gotta like grind in this game. Oh yeah, save. And then I'm gonna go down and investigate, because I don't know if I have to come back, or there's some more shit I have to do, or if like I'll trigger a cutscene by pressing X, or if I'll just fall to my death, you know? Who knows? Oh, it is this way. I could. There we go. And then. Oh shit! Fell for it again. Watch me just die. Press X on this. Cutscene? Oh. Whoa. Dude, that was crazy. It was like a Spider-Man jump. This is a trap. Ah! All right. I think, yeah. Run, Jubei! Coming back. Sick. I know I just saved, but I don't care. I never do. Can't open it. Trick. That's how I'm a girlfriend like that. Actually, I feel bad. It was a short. Let me just see real quick. All right, let's finish this.
The most suspicious
and then
thing.
I'll go ahead and you there, Ninja? Here, let me go and turn this on so you can see it too. Here you go. Let's see what this is.
Oliver Tree said before dying.
Oliver, when do you leave for tour?
I leave for tour in 1 week. Then I'm gone for good. I know someone. His family worked against a specific government in Central America. I can't say the specific country, but he was basically a traitor, and the government found out, and they threw his uncle off of a helicopter into a volcano.
One thing that I notice in your music videos is this imagery of you falling to your death. Is there anywhere that comes from? Does that represent anything?
Almost in a way, preparing myself for my own death. Kind of like putting myself into those scenarios and kind of living it so that I could kind of experience it and process it so that it's not such a big deal.
Well, this is your whole shtick, is that every album's your last album.
It's not a shtick, man. You never know when it's my last album.
I
could die any moment. I mean, could have died on the way here.
The most suspicious things Oliver Tree said before dying.
Who knows? Who knows? Oh, wait, let me turn this off and then this on. Oh, wrong one. Game capture. Game capture, okay. A dumber. Yeah, who knows, man? When scrolling inside. Stop recommending weapons I don't have. Bitch. Stop it. Wrong. Attack the enemy, you dick. You know what? Our arrows are appreciated. Oh, damn, there's more of them. Well, I'll be right there. Never puts down that sword, does he? I literally just switched weapons. Where have you been? And I was just saying too, it's like they keep hinting at other weapons I don't have yet. I want the wind whatever, and I want the rock whatever. He climbed the ladder with a sword in his hand. Yeah, but before that, I had this. I had that. This is what I was using right before I climbed it. Oh, this is it. New weapon. New weapon. Who dis? Yo. There we go. I loved this one in the first game. Go up from here and you will find a river. Avoid misty forest. There will be a path to the swamp. That's the popsicle maker 5000. Well, no, this is wind. This is the popsicle maker. This one. This is the ice one. Oh, wait. Oh, fire arrow, normal arrow. That's good to know. And I want this one. I'm gonna go back and open that dough. What are you up to tonight, you boy? Are you working? Oh, wait, wrong way. Oh, let me kill these guys while I'm here. Give me that jet dry. Oh, damn it. I was supposed to do the East end. Might be a good spot to grind souls. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, wait, can I equip the doodad? Items? Or how does it work? The white, where is it? Equip, here we go. Armor, white necklace. A necklace with a mysterious aura that gradually restores your health if you stand still. Not effective in the Phantom Realm. All right. Perfect. I love it. I love it. How fast? All right, we're gonna go back this way. Oh, you know, I have to go that way. Okay, they're like up the ladder. Don't go through the misty forest, but I have to go through the misty forest. I see what they did. I see what they did. Wait. Oh yeah, this is the same bridge. Boy, I think you might actually be retarded. Fuck off! It looks amazing for like a PS2 game, you know? Oh. Yeah, I really want to upgrade this. Do you have one? Okay, not yet. I'll get it though. Nobunaga's knowledge? What the fuck is this? Statue of Nobunaga from Jujudoroma's collection. He's got his arms crossed to show his wisdom and ingenuity. Or his impatience. Or his sassiness. Open! Oh, nah, it's fine. Actually, no demon left behind. I got you, buddy. I'll send you back to the nether realm. Die, beast! Oh, look, babe. How you doing? Good to see you here. Missed you. I love you. Here, you fight the demon. Oh, shit. Oh. Babe, did you just Isan attack? I'm proud of you. Okay. Jubei, how are you holding up? Here, use this if you're not feeling well. Thanks, babe. Appreciate you. Mwah. I'm just better at fighting. I'm not holding back, am I? No, you're fine. Oh, shit. I'll execute. Nice. Am I dropping frames? No. Oh, Dragon Shrine. I thought it was the save. Oh, there it is. Silly goose. I want to enhance this. It's not enough, but we'll get there. Damn it. We'll get there eventually. Our arrow? Hell yeah. Waste, but fuck it. I just want to try it. I'll probably regret that later. Oh, nice. That worked out kind of nice. Wrong button. That's the map button now. Gotta get used to this. Better quick turn. Ooh, yeah, look at that. I have to let go of movement to do that. Oh, shit. Let's go left. Fucker. Oh, did he die too? Or is it the same guy? Oh, nice. Oh boy. Oh boy, it's one of those, isn't it? Let's go right in. I mean, it's a good place to grind for souls, it seems. I I wonder if it wants me to use the wind sword. Maybe I can clear up the fog if I do this or something. Is that how it works? Okay, all right.
Great.
Overthinking it as usual.
I'm lost.
There are no rules. We're lost. Oh, nice. The fuck?
Jubei is heading east. I wonder. That female demon must have set a trap. Stay alert, Jubei.
Thanks, pimp. I like your Naruto headband. Oh, he opens it. Oh, that's right. The bracelet absorbs. Okay, sick. Oh, nice. And I got him like probably the best weapon already for him. Holy shit, he's fun to play as. He's like Kaede, but faster. Can I do charge attacks? I can. Dude, he fucking rocks. All right, let's go. Red wedge. What's that? Kunai. Oh, okay. Oh, was made from cloth, hence the name. Maximum mobility. So are these better? Let me see. Like protectors for ninjas, strengthened with iron parts to kick enemies. Okay, so he's automatically equipping the better stuff, it seems. Hence the name. Made of cloth. Leg protect. Yeah, they are. Okay, cool. Which I think I have one more armor to get him then. Unless I missed out on that. What does this do? Red wedge. Strange shape, metal wedge. This allows you to enter the red phantom realm. Is that like... Is that like the dark realm? Like the little gauntlet I could do? Oh yeah, must be. Yugi! Oh. Yeah. Oh, it's one of those. Okay. Alright, let's fucking do this, bitch. Oh, hell yeah. It's deeper. Okay. Let's fucking do it, dude. Let's go. How many? I'm just gonna look up how many floors there are. That's all I want to know. Oh yeah. 1 second. Five floors? Okay. still. Hurt each other. Ah! Oh shit, nice. Okay. That's awesome. Do I have medicine? Okay, I do. Also, what does Nobunaga's knowledge do? Allowing Juba to reach the confrontation. Oh, so I guess I need to collect these? Okay. Ooh, shit, that's new. Dude, Onimusha is so good. Love it. It's fair. Let's do that. Oh shit, let him go. This guy's cool. I love playing as him. I would get to play as everybody. I honestly forgot about that. Like when I think of like different characters that are playable, I honestly think of 4. Even though 1 has Kaede, and then 2's got Jacques. But 4's got like 5, 6 fucking playable characters. Redstone peg. Mmm. Robo kunai. Blue edge. Okay. Oh, these are stronger and faster. Oh, whoa, let's go, dude. I'm glad I'm here. I did it. First Phantom Realm. I get the fuck out of here. All right, let's go. This dude rocks. I'm coming, Jubei! More like Onimusha poo. It's the same every time you say it. What up, oh yeah, are you working, dude? I was asking. I don't think you were here. Are you working tonight? I am. Nice. How's that going? You're on patrol, right? Or you're in the car? Dude, this guy's awesome. I like this one. I forget, have you played Onimusha before? I'm in a box. Aren't we all? I'm in a box of emotion. Nope. Oh. If I go in the forest, I'll be caught by the demon's magic. I better find another way. Oh, yeah. I could probably climb this ladder area right here, right? Yep. Ninja. Cool. The fuck? Oh. No, it's like a little box for 12 hours. Oh, I see what you mean. Like those those little checkpoint boxes. Like the glass windows and shit, right? I think I know what you're talking about. Either that or I imagine you're like in a cardboard box. Stealth costume? Bruh. Oh! Sorry. So yeah. Those look better. That looks better. And then, yeah, I think this is better. Clothing. Oh, color makes it hard to spot even during the day. Right, let's go. Yeah. Nice. Hell yeah. Well, I hope your shift goes well, brother. When are you streaming again? Dude, I fucking love this guy. You know what's funny? He kind of plays like Jubei does in Dawn of Dreams. Dawn of Dreams, yeah. The right way? Or is this where I came from? Disconnect to. That's where I came from, I guess. There's more some shit. There's some more shit over there. But what's over here? Is this blocked? Red and blue holes. Looks like you put something in them. Red wedge. Oh, peg. I need the blue peg. So I guess. Oh, I have a block when I leave this. Block. Oh, shit. Not wrong way. Fucking block, bitch. I'm so horny. What up, Travi? Came to the right place. I'm playing as a different character, and this guy's awesome. I don't think I've ever played as him before, because I think I want to say based on like who my friends are in this game and like who might like me more because of the gift system. He plays different people, and I don't remember ever playing as this guy. It could be just forgot. Oh shit! Nice. I finally did the multiple Eason. I could just be dumb and forgetting, but this dude plays very cool. How you doing, buddy? Fuck, I'm so horny. Yeah. I was trying to rip off what you said. I'm gonna say hungry. I'm so hungry. Nice. Hopefully I don't die in this one. But let's fucking go. I'm a little confident. Maybe overconfident? We'll see. Here. Oh, these guys. I had an eternity to block that. Herb, nice. Shuriken, nice. Oh. Bitch. Any more? Yep. Let me make sure there's no those like trick chests that I'm missing. All right. Yeah. Hurry up. Hurry up. Okay, cool. Fuck. Missed some orbs. Have you seen the YouTube channel Ordinary Sausage? I don't think so. What is that one all about? There, fucking. I wish there was a way to do that without taking damage. makes sausages out of some of the most vile stuff. Gross. Like what? Oh shit. Oh yeah. Use a medicine though. Newest sausage was head cheese sausage. Ew. And then there was Wheaties and mushroom sausage. He doesn't eat it, does it? Does he? Oh, I should use the herb instead of medicine. I gotta stop wasting these. Dude, I'm getting like hella fucking red souls. Yeah, he tried to accept the glow stick sausage. He made that one time. Ugh. That's toxic. Head cheese, dude. Whoa! Oh, shit. Alright. Not good. Got you. Now they give me like 3 of them. Bluestone peg, exactly what I needed. How'd you know? I sent you the head cheese sausage video. Oh, nice. I'll have to check that out after stream if I remember. I think it wants me to go. What's in here? Oh, it's a shortcut? What is this exactly? You motherfucker. On my way back to the forest. Okay, I gotta go. No, it is this way. All right. I think. Oh, I'm sick of you guys. He talks like Mr. Turtle from American Dad. I kind of forgot who that character was. I haven't seen American Dad in a long time, but I do remember liking it more than Family Guy after a certain point. Any more? Yep. Damn, dude, I can't wait for Jubei to get all this experience. Stan's neighbor that was over in it. Wait. Oh, yeah. Vaguely remember that. That's overweight. Jubei! Oh. I didn't know you can interrupt that attack, motherfucker. Oh. No! Oh, fuck it. I want to do an E-side. Alright, just block it. Oh, the orbs over here disappeared, didn't they? I tried. I tried. Jubei!
Sexy Jubei. What are you doing?
Hey, you. Come out.
Look at me, Jubei. Ow, ow.
The fuck? The fuck?
Am I pretty?
I think you picked my wrong friend.
Oh, it's you.
You trying to get stabbed,
Don't
bro?
startle me.
I thought you were a demon. Dude, that was actually pretty good voice mimicry.
You seem to
Let's
be
talk about
caught
that.
in one of the demon's traps. This kind of maze is nothing for a ninja like me. Follow me. This way.
Yeah, you're pretty cool. I don't want to play as Jubei anymore. I want to play as you.
Now you are safe. The rest is easy.
Excellent, Kotaro. Thanks.
Kotaro.
Oh, come on. You shouldn't thank me for this. I'm always around to help. That's why I'm here. You can count on me. Well,
Bet.
see you.
Yes! Give me that jet dry. Gulp, 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 gulp. That's what I love to see. Thanks, bruv. I better not die.
You are skilled at escaping, Jubei.
Why, thank you.
Damn you.
You bitch.
You are so cute when you're angry.
You look like Ursula.
I shall have fun with you behind my lord's back.
Oh, shit.
Wait, Jujudorma. She's mine.
Can't get enough of me, huh?
I told you I'd be back. I'm immortal.
I'll fuck you again.
Now, less talk and more chop.
Wait a second, Gingham Fats. This cute little man is mine to play with.
No, I claim his life.
All right, you go first. I know you'll lose again anyway.
Oh, shit.
How dare you, stupid woman. I'll win this time.
This will be our last battle. Prepare yourself.
Yo! Use all my magic on you. Oh shit. Get closer. Haha. And then. Ooh, shit. Where'd you go? You're off camera. It's not fair. Oh shit. Oh, it's like the Scooby-Doo thing. What are you doing? Oh shit. Ha 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 ha. Dumbass. I'm back, bitches. Hey, welcome back, dude. Thank you for the redeem. Look, he does a Scooby-Doo, like, the door gag. Oh, shit. Hey, he's back. What up, bro?
Party time.
Excellent. Let me get up before I die, though. Items. There's like 2 of these. What's up, Jay? How's work?
Ready?
Oh, wrong buttons. It looks fun. Buy this, but the censorship. It'll be fine.
Jubei, ready? Ready?
Alright, not yet. Where is he? There he is. Oof, shit.
Jubei, ready?
Oh, wrong button. Joey, why don't you love me anymore? That makes sense. When you were here, he said that's because you're gay and he's super homophobic. Hey, what up, DJ? Yeah, I hit you up. Right? Let me see. Last thing I remember, we were talking about the Persona stuff. Hey, what's up? Sorry, I just saw this. Yeah, I hit you up 9 days ago, bro. How you doing? How's your situation with things? Oh shit, nice.
Ready?
I wasted it. Oh shit, damn, it's actually kicking my ass a little bit. Yeah, and the next hour after you streamed with Reptile Man, so I knew you weren't gonna read it. The next hour after that. Oh, yeah. I don't really keep up to date on my Discord like I should. You can ask your boy. I be replying to his stuff like a week later. I need secret medicine or large amount of my magic power. Let's do that. You said you were gonna give me your number so we can discuss real shit. Wait, did I? I think you asked. Did I say I would give you my number?
Ready?
But I think the big thing is I just don't have time for side projects right now, unfortunately. Is we discussed it in the Discord that you never did. Yeah, my bad, man. Got him. Like, which one of you gets to be the big spoon? I don't spoon, I ladle. Nice.
I'm sure I'll be back again.
Yeah, this game rules. Give me them orbs.
Piece of cake.
Thanks. They call me the Big Dipper. Oh, wrong button. Which way am I going though? I'm guessing this way. Yeah. Okay, cool. And you don't have time for side projects, so I know if you were still coming to my birthday party. Yeah, I think it's. Oh my god! Please tell me I put it in my calendar. Yeah, the weekend of the 4th of July. Just, yeah, I'll be around. There might be 4th of July shenanigans during the day, but it's 24 hours, so I'm sure I'll hop in. Oh my god, all of it's going to my armor. All my orbs are gone. Fuck. Damn, this game is kind of low-key grindy a little bit. Yo. Ah, see, because we haven't talked in a while, it was changed from the 8th to the 9th. So that's the weekend still, right? 8th and 9th. That's Wednesday, Thursday. I'll be working. I should be working from home those days, so yeah, I'll watch during work. So that's for Friday, Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah, I'll be around. I'll be watching during my shift. Oh, save now. Have you seen the dude that made the World Cup song in every country he says claimed his song, they end up losing like they get cursed? I've never heard of this. Also, I don't give a shit about the World Cup. Bitches. A buddy who is a huge Persona nerd has Wednesday through Fridays off now because his job is fucking dumb. Yeah, those are like the worst days to have off. Maybe not Friday. Actually, no, I think the worst days are like Monday and Tuesday. But working on the weekend blows, man. It's like, it's one thing if you have it off, but it's like you'll never be in sync with your friends, you know? Wednesday and Thursday's my weekend. Which I think sucks, but you know. Wait, I thought you... No, you only have 2 days off. Wait, am I going the right way? See. I don't either. It's just he's putting a curse on teams. It's more entertaining than the actual game. He used to have Sunday through Tuesday, but because he has seniority, they force him to swap days to keep the new guys on track, which makes 0 sense. Yeah, I thought seniority would be like, no, you do whatever the fuck you want. What happens if he goes in here? Fuck. Fuck, there's more. Oh, he's took all the fucking orbs, you bitch. Damn, those guys are like priority. That sucks. Right? Sunday, Wednesday, Thursday seems like hell to keep track of days off. Yeah, that blows. I'm mad for him. I'm almost as mad as my orbs being stolen right now. Oh, these things. Oh, nice. It's kind of nice never having to work more than 2 days in a row. What in the horrible Devil May Cry boss rush is this shit? I'm in I guess I call this one the Blue Realm. It's just like a little like a challenge dungeon kind of thing. I played through it as one of the other side characters. I didn't realize Jubei can access it, so I'm wondering if it's worthwhile for him to go through. Either way, it's more experience, which is nice. It's not terribly difficult. These guys are just annoying. And it turns out this game is like kind of grindy, so it's worth it either way to just get some more orbs or souls, whatever you call them. Blue realm. Come on, crib. Oh, there's a red realm too. I'll go there next. Blood. Because in the first one, and I think the third one, it's just called the dark realm. Shit. Oh, what? Oh, doing shit. But how you been feeling, DJ? Oh shit, look at the health. Oh, no! Fuck, that was close. Oh man. Yeah, that's unblockable. Okay. Okay, cool. Sick. Okay, yeah, there's nothing down here for me. Just for the love of the game, I guess. Alright, I'll just proceed then. Wait, I think I went the wrong way. Oh, this looks dangerous. I'm gonna go save real quick. Yeah. It's one of those puzzles where if I feel like if I get it wrong, they're just gonna fucking kill me. Get off me. Yugi! I think it's enough. I should just hold on to it for now. Dude, it took so many fucking souls to level up my armor. That's crazy. So it's like, I don't want to run from a fight. I just want to earn it. All right, let's go get crushed by this puzzle. And I gotta pee. All right, there is a lever. Will you pull it down? No. Nobunaga's knowledge, rain. I feel like they go here. No, maybe not. All right. There's 3 spots. I know, but there's 3 of the Nobunaga doodads. Pull the fucking lever. Okay. Oh shit. Sword down, arms crossed, and hands out. Where's the 3rd one? Wrong button. But yeah. I'll be right. Actually, hold on. Is there any spot I didn't explore? There might be actually. No. There might have been a chest that I missed. That's where it came from. Actually, I might have to backtrack, but I'll be right back. This one.
I lucked out. Did you drop anything? That's funny. Attack on Titan. Yeah, I still gotta get on that. Oh shit, he's eating her butt. He's eating her butt. Don't eat my butt. Oh.
But he's taken, so he can't. Well, you know, after pick me when you need me.
Oh shit! Why did that scare me? No! Oh, I jumped a little bit. That's pathetic.
I'm going. Oh shit! Am I going the right way? Wait. No, I can't go up. Why can't I look up and go there? I'm trying. Don't you dare. Don't you dare fail me, game. Don't you fucking dare fail me. This is on you, not me. Fuck! You fucking bitch. I can't aim up. How am I supposed to go there?
Claire, run. He's a swell guy. Known him a long time. And then I looked, I asked him. You can ask anybody. I asked him, Joey, why do you hate Aquaman 2 so much? And you know what he said? It's okay. And then somebody starts defending it in the audience. He's like, beat the shit out of him. Get him out of here. Let me keep his coat.
He's coming out of the glory hole.
Get back in your glory hole, chicken.
The cock is going in the glory hole.
In Soviet Russia, cock beats Yule.
Yeah, beat his ass. Oh, glory hole. Oh.
His inner Zordon, he's coming out of some sort of intergalactic glory hole.
Shut the fuck up.
like fucking Scorpion himself, he just climbed his way out of the nether realm and got his revenge. And it was down to me and him, and I didn't win a single round of that fight. He fucking wiped his ass with me. So if I was there, I would have been second. LOL. Oh, you're talking shit. I use a voice changer to hide my identity. He's just like Ghostface. What's your favorite position?
Alpha team is flying around the forest, situated in...
Can I? Promise?
I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I'm going. Come through. Oh shit!
My word. And this is for you, Cyber. Let's see. Camera's not big enough, buddy. I'll need an upgrade.
God.
I'm back. Am I going the right way? Wait. No. No, I can't go up. Why can't I look up and go there? I'm trying. Don't you dare. Don't you dare fail me, game. Don't you fucking dare fail me. This is on you. I need a third one for sure. And, as I mentioned, I'm hungry. But all my shit I have to like cook. I don't have like leftovers or anything. Actually, no, I gotta make more rice for what I want. Yes. Yes. Where am I headed? It takes me. Okay, so I'm going this way. Oh, what up, dude? That's spirit. Pigeon? Oh, pigeon. Oh, I'll keep an eye out for your pigeon. Yeah, how do I get over there? Oh, nice. I didn't realize. Damn, this perspective's weird. I knew it. I remember I saw it in the background earlier. I thought that's where I was headed. Where's your pigeon? I'll keep an eye for your pigeon. It's probably like back at the start. Probably. I'll do a quick run through for you, bro. Oh, what the fuck? He ate the pigeon! Wait. Okay. Spent chapstick on. I thought that was like a cutscene. It's broken. It's too dangerous to climb down. Tube for pigeon leg. Aw, buddy. Alright. Sorry, Kotaro. I have some bad news. Do all pigeons go to heaven? Sorry, blood.
You found it? That's good. So, where's the pigeon?
He got 8.
Sorry, I got the message, then I let it go.
Actually,
just find a wild pigeon and it's totally your pigeon.
Than the secret message. I see. He is flying about now, for he is free. Thank you, Jubei. Please, keep this.
What did I get? Fuck yeah. What does that look like? This one, right? Yeah, let's see. No, other one. Yes! That's pretty cool. That's pretty good. Your pigeon went to the farm to be free and fly, right? Went to little Pidgey heaven. Hello, Governor Angel! What's good? How you doing? Es tu bonita. I'm on Onimusha 2 now. I'm on a frozen margarita. Fuck, I want one. That sounds really good. How you doing tonight? I hope you're doing wonderful. Let's try to just blow up their little nest and never have to worry about these guys again. But it's nice to get like swords or souls. Just overkill. I'm amazing. How's you? Since coming back to Vegas, I'm so much better. That's good to hear. That's great to hear. I'm doing okay. Thank you for asking. Thank God it's Friday. I'm a little hungry. Not gonna lie. But it's kind of late. I don't know if I should eat this late after I stream, you know? I'm still gonna be streaming for a bit too. Fuck. I have to press something here. I don't remember the order. I don't remember the order. What do these look like? I think it was rain. Oh. Oh, fuck. Because they showed me a hologram of it first, but that was before I went to go get the third one. I think this was the order. If not, I die. One, I'm glad you're back. Two, I'm glad you're feeling better. And three, I'm glad you're amazing and enjoying your frozen margarita. Margarita sounds good. Maybe next time I grab drinks, I'll get some margaritas, or I'll make some.
I came here to help you.
Dude, I fucking love Kotaro. His voice is annoying, but oh shit, the way he plays is awesome. Like playing as him was eye-opening. Hell yeah. Again. Sick. What's over here then? So, you have a secret for me? No, I guess not. Nothing? Oh, wait. There's some shit here that just looks breakable sometimes, you know? Maybe it is. Ah! Fucking...
Jubei, ready?
Yeah. Yo! 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 Whoa, what the fuck? What the hell even is that? What's enough to kill you? Tight. Wait, I didn't disappear right when I was... Wait, are these like naked? What? They got like gimpy titties hanging out, but their fucking skulls are exposed. What the fuck is going on here? What did I walk in on? Yo! Is the movie showing? Yeah, it's showing. I gotta fix that though. Yeah, I just saved. Juju Domara's diary. Dear diary. January 10th, 1573, human calendar. Oh, my dearest Lord Nobunaga, you were so beautiful today with your pretty hair and gorgeous body. Lord Nobunaga, oh my Lord Nobunaga, how cute you are. From the moment I gazed upon your well-toned and sensible body lying lifeless before Guildenstern, I knew that you had captured more than just my heart. I willingly and lovingly devoted my heart, mind, soul, and body to you, Lord Nobunaga. I know that you can sense my feelings by telepathy, and yet you do not even glance at me. Why? How shy must you be? But that just makes you love me more. Maybe you think that I'm too beautiful and dazzling for you. Beauty like mine can often be such a curse, I suppose. Who the fuck? Alright, whatever. Maybe he's just not that into you. Yeah. Oh, this bitch. Oh yeah, she's delusional, dude.
Oh, my Lord Nobunaga! Huh?
Nobunaga Oda.
I got bored since you kept me waiting. Now I'm going to play with you for a very long time. Are you ready for me?
Give it up. No man would ever want to play with a nasty thing like you.
How dare
Bitch, you're ugly.
I'll show you what nasty means.
Oh shit. Where you going? Oh, you whore. Bitch. Oh, oh my god. Oh! Oh shit, I don't have any. Alright. I hate you! Dude.
I'll give you a hand.
Wood. Nice. Yeah, fucking shoot him. Fucking bitch. No more? Why are you running? Why are you running? Actually. Yo!
Ready?
Fuck, that was a waste. We're distracted from me.
Jubei, ready?
Yep. That's not nice. Yeah. Oh, you fucking fat bitch.
Jubei, ready?
Yeah, they can East bosses.
Jubei, ready?
Right. This bitch sucks. I hate you. Fucking stop it. I got like stunlocked. Bruh. Oh. All right. Let's see. I don't want to keep using herbs though. Break. See you in 3 minutes. Yeah, the boss will be done by then. Bitches.
Jubei, ready?
Oh shit.
Jubei, ready?
Oh shit. Oh my god. Okay, I have to use medicine now. God damn it. You bitch. Do I have any more of those? Nope. Alright.
Ready?
Ah, that was a waste. Ah. Yo.
My Lord Nobunaga.
All demons will be destroyed.
Honesty orb, nice. Almost all the way there.
See you next time.
Thanks, pimp. You really helped. All right. Go through this bitch's shit. I saw something over here. What is this blinking? Looks like a switch. Yeah, I'll use it. And then... No, nothing. Huh. Alright. Whatever. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I've been poisoned? That was easy. Yo! 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 Nice. On Onigashima. Somewhere in the ocean lies a solitary island wrapped in dense fog known as Onigashima, the hidden fortress of the Oni clan. One day, the demons, fearing that the relationship between the Oni clan and the Yagyu clan would become too strong, attacked the Oni clan and finally located Onigashima. A young demon, swordsman, and 3 evil soldiers ventured into Onigashima and wiped out the entire Oni clan. After that, the demons remodeled the Onigashima and put it to their own use. It's surrounded by violent waves and storms. No one can reach the island by ship. However, there was a vehicle that the Oni clan would ride to cross the sea. Before the Oni were defeated, a prophet predicted that 100 years from now, a hero of Oni origin would come to the Onigashima and reclaim it. Good to know. Demons wrecked. Welcome back, you boy. Fuck. I don't even know where to start upgrading, man. I just want to look a little bit cooler. What's this? There's a round hole with the word honesty on it. You put in the honesty orb here? Yeah, sure. Oh shit. Cutscene! Dude, the Onimusha cutscenes are usually beautiful. I love this. Like for PS2, goddamn, somebody fucking cooked here. And it's like he's playing Donkey Kong Country. Got a metal horse, metal swordfish. What was the other one? What the fuck? Oh, this guy. Hey, what up? Dude, I just fought a boss. Leave me alone. Your hair. The textures are stretched.
Your eyes betray you. What? Your eyes reveal that you are thrilled to encounter a man who is stronger than you.
Say what?
So, let's get started. My name is Gogandontis, the greatest
Gogandontis,
swordsman of all
I can't roll my R's.
demons.
Greatest. Ah! Damn, you get that quick. Fucking bitch. Ooh. Those bosses where it's like I'd have to lose. Because last time we just ran away like a little bitch. Okay. Damn. You even show that villain in stream? Yeah. It's just armor plating and he's got like two like little vents. I know what you mean, but they're not titties or nipples.
My lady, how shameful to be saved by her twice. Well,
Yeah, she could save me any day.
I guess you can't help it. So let's postpone this game for now. But maybe we can begin a new game. Lord Nobunaga is
My
going
lady,
to attack Odani.
he's an
Castle.
edgelord.
What? It is only a matter of time before Odani Castle falls. What will you do?
We have to stop the bleeding. Hold on a minute.
Don't worry.
My penis is bleeding too.
It's done. Keep still. While I go and explore this island, I have to do something before Odani Castle falls.
Bet.
You don't have to do this alone.
Don't worry. I'll be fine.
Oh shit, aren't you dead? Hey, Oni Ghost.
How can this be?
Permission to fillet your son.
I'd like to express my thanks to you for saving my son. I have a favor. Find the sacred flute and give it to Jubei.
Yeah, I can do that.
Sacred flute?
It is a secret instrument handed down in our Oni clan. With the instrument, he could compete with that demon swordsman.
Hell yeah.
Find the sacred flute.
Then I will find it for Jubei.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. Oyu.
You're welcome. Oh wait, she got some cool shit too, doesn't she? Okay. So yeah, I got her surprisingly light materials and then plate armor. Yeah, I got this one because she shows up with this. Mobility. Okay, cool. Dragon Shrine looks like I can place something in here. Oh wow. Different paths. Oh, there's multiple. Okay. We're gonna go exploring. Oh, Nigashima. Oh, doesn't have a keyhole. Must be controlled from somewhere else. Oh, but this though. There's no keyhole. Must be from somewhere else. Device. Okay. Oh, look at you. They're little footsies. Mysterious statue of a woman. There is a hole in his body. Oh! Oh shit. Oh, fuck. I blocked. Alright, I gotta get used to this bitch. Honestly, those charges really help. Key plate. I go here by chance? Nope. Alright, I know where it goes with the dragon doodad, I think. I'm coming, doohickey. You think I'm a bob? Oh. Motherfucker, get the fuck over here. All my kitties so I can do the finishing move. Type shit. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Alright, I'm gonna go to that one because it's further. Nope. Stop it. Knock on the other side. Fine. Bap, bap. Okay, oh boy, hold on. Wait. Wait. Here. Ooh, the east end too. Ain't you bowled this game yet, Home Tart? No, not yet. This one's longer than the first one. But I'm enjoying it. It's not the destination, it's the journey. Okay, that's stupid. How do I kill this thing? What is it? Welcome back, ninja. My ninja. Oni super weapon. The chief of the Yagyu clan, who descended from the Oni clan, tried hard to maintain control of the demons. The Oni clan used all of their resources to create a great power known as the Oni Genbu. In Onigashima, although the demons attacked and destroyed the Oni clan to get their claws on the Oni Genbu, the Oni clan was able to protect it somehow. It is still hidden deep on the island, inside the island. It is said that the only one who has the blood of the Oni clan... Sorry. It is said that only one who has the blood of the Oni clan can obtain this great power. Good to know. Press the take off or close button. Alright, let me mod it for you real quick. I'm sure there's a mod. Be surprised. Yo! Find the mod. Like, we'll wait. Bitch. Shit, dude. Dude, is that doing what I think it's doing? Is it drawing more souls out? Oh shit, that scared me. Fucking dickheads. Let me get out of here. Let me get out of here. Oh, I can't. I'm just whack-a-mole bullshit. It's over here. I think I got him. Oh, nice. Oh shit.
Ready. Ready.
Oh shit. Get up.
Ready.
Oh, what up?
Ready.
Fuck. Fuck.
Ready. Ready.
I have a lot going on right now. Dark. Oh, is that a new shield? Light not to be held in one hand. Good for shielding things. Is this better?
Ready.
Dude, this is awesome. I could just use this to farm souls. And it like replenishes itself basically. Free real estate.
Ready.
Fuck yeah, bro. Dude, all these characters in here are sick. What is this? I can go into the wall? Sure. Oh, Bridge of Darkness? Ooh, this looks scary. Where am I?
Ready.
Fucker. No! Go back, go back, go back, go back. I wasn't done. I want more souls.
Ready. Ready.
Okay. More. More! Another!
Ready.
Oh, these fuckers. Nice. Gladius. Legendary Western longsword that is easy to handle and very sharp. Type shit. Oh, did I save? No, I did not. Yo! Alright.
Ready.
Oh shit. You know what? It's so worth it. I'm gonna do it. Wait. The secret medicine. Oh, secret medicine. Ah, I fucking used the wrong one, you dumbass. That's fine. That's why you read. I want to see if I can use him to spam souls, but it's fine. I want to see. I want to see if she can go into the Dark Realm. That'd be awesome.
This is the sacred flute.
Mama said this is a sacred fruit. Anything over here? Oh. Dude, it looks like an entrance to something. Alright, let's go back, I guess. More? Yes!
Ready.
Oh shit. That's annoying.
Ready.
We got more magic.
Ready.
I fucking love this. Damn, dude. Like, I wonder if I can just keep going back and forth and farming. Can I? Let me get back in there, boy. For Jubei. Jubei. Jubei.
Ready. Ready.
Oh. Let's fucking go. Please? Please? Please, please, please? Fuck. Alright. I was gonna say, this would be very exploitable if they just had respawning enemies. Am I dropping frames? No, not really. Oh, I was dropping frames. Am I? No, my iPad seems fine. Stream over here. Yeah. Looks like it's just my browser.
Ready.
Love it. Damn, dude. This is like my favorite ability. Okay.
Ready.
Dude, this is the shit.
Ready.
Like, I can't stop glazing this move. Can't stop, won't stop, man.
Ready.
It'd be nice if they give me more magic, though. Yeah, I might see if I can farm a little bit, just a little bit. Let me just check it. All right, maybe not. But I am getting orbs up to wazoo, dude. All right, yeah, we're done here. 14 full meters. Fucking open. Magic. A little bit, thanks. Yeah. This is great. leave and come back? Okay, alright. Fuck you guys. Is that it? Nope. It's like one more, I believe.
Ready. Ready. Ready.
What's this do? Alright. Right? Yeah. Wait. I don't think he's gonna let me go in that door. And where did that take me?
Ready. Ready. Ready.
Nasty. Dude, I kind of just want to see if I can keep grinding. What's over here, though? There's a door? Apparently I've been through it. Or no? Wrong button. What is this statue? Oh, I can't go in here yet. Is this a... Whatever. It'll probably drain when I do something. Giggity.
Ready. Ready.
This is insane.
Ready.
Sorry, this can't be the most entertaining thing, but dude, boy, it feels good to spam these motherfuckers. Oh shit. Okay, okay. No, I'm sorry. Again. Yeah, no shame, man. This is tight. But yeah, I'll probably get back to the business in a second. How do you move? How do you do the move where she hops on your face and it makes you run out of air? I don't know. You might need a Game Shark, but the moment I find out, you'll be the first to know. Yeah, this is locked. Yeah.
Ready.
Or.
Ready.
Ah, fuck, hold on. I had to quick turn. Ah!
Ready.
Dude. Dude, I don't know if I ever want to leave. I'm getting so many fucking souls.
Ready.
You'll have more than you can do anything with before the end of the game. Do it at this rate, yeah. Well, welcome in, Barrett. How you doing, man? Magic liquid. That's what this is giving me right now. Oh, wait, I don't want to stand there. It looks dangerous. Oh. Is there like a lever? A switch? What is this? Oh. Oh yeah, I need to see this here. Been better, lol. Aw, you alright, man? Repair request. Despite repeated requests, the elevator has not been fixed. This is completely unacceptable. In fact, it's downright outrageous. I told you that the turbine on the ceiling isn't the turning because there's no wind. What's the matter? Oh, I gotta use Jubei's thing. If the Lord Nobunaga hears about this, you'll regret not listening to me. Get the elevator fixed now! This is your final warning, sincerely. Tokichiro Kinoshita. Just health? Oh, I'm sorry, bud. No big. It's just your livelihood. No, nothing to worry about. I hope you feel better soon. But other than that, how's your night going? Get back here, Albert! Debate me.
Ready.
I guess I'll go this way now. Wait, is this the right way to go? Ooh, wrong button. Oh yeah, there's some shit down here. Oh yeah, I got a doohickey. What did I get? I can put it in the statue's orifice. Oh, alright, just keep going then. The man beat RoboCop. What? Oh, and I'm currently looking at the mod list for is that G3? G? Baldur's Gate 3, okay. Nice. I'm missing something. Can't go in there yet. Explored everything. I can't go in there yet. Oh, I have to leave back with Jubei. Okay, sorry, pimp. I got your flute. Yeah, nice. I haven't played that one yet. Jubei, I got you so many fucking orbs, bro.
Oh, it's fine.
That's good. Jubei. I brought this at your mother's request.
My mother?
Even in the afterlife. She thinks of you.
You idiot. She was talking about my skin flute.
You can defeat the demons. And even Nobunaga with it. Use it to avenge your mother.
Oh, you.
I'm such a perv. I just keep staring at her boobs. Just like, ooh. Like, you know those monitors that show where you're looking? It would just be there the entire time. I got to Act 3 and got hit with a fucking bug and never went back. Oh, so do you have to start over? Or is there like a fix? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Ah, look at that. Look at it go. And somehow it's still not going to be enough. Yeah, I want to play as her again, dude. That ability is broken. I don't want to play as anybody else but her. That was gonna be the Isen. There wasn't anything game breaking. I just got pissed because I lost hours of progress. Yeah. Sucks. Oh, there's two of them. Because of a bug and I had to go back hours in my save. Kill my momentum. Yeah, I feel it. I quit games for similar reasons. I'm like, I'm not doing that again. Honestly, like I was saying, that's kind of why I stopped playing Witcher. But I want to get back to it. I know time has passed. Damn, I just keep on spamming. All right, let me go spend all my hard-earned money. All right, what do I spend it on? Ooh, let me finish this one. Yo. Yo.
Yo, why?
Nice. Very nice. Oh my god. Oh! Gosh, I kept grinding. Maybe I should go back and just keep... Let me save somewhere else. I didn't ruin the city yet, did I? Oh, you? Yeah, well, I might grind off stream. Dude, I feel that the Witcher franchise has the best cross game rewards I've ever gotten in any game. Oh, so if you have like a save from 1, you get something in 2, and if you have a save from 2, you get something in 3, or what do you mean? How's it work? What do you mean by cross game? Where's it going? I only go to that one. Let me go to my mommy statue first. Actually, do I have any items I can even put in there? Red wedge, blue wedge. Oh. Let me just go this way. The game lets you get the best weapon and armor at the start of the next game with that gear. So yeah, if you get to keep your shit going into the next one, basically. Oh shit. You're rewarded for getting the best stuff. Nice. I feel like I would try to do that. Yeah, it's for all the games? Hell yeah. Oh yeah. I need this button, that one, and this one, and then this one. Go, 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 go. Sadly, it didn't work for the third game on console because the other save files are PC games. Yeah. It's kind of a bummer though, because I feel like I would prefer playing on the console, but it's whatever. Actually, what's up here first? I feel like there's something. What do we got? I believe it works if you have the power version for 3. Power version? I don't know what that means. PC. Oh, yeah. I would assume so. Golden letters around it. I don't think I have the key for that. Take a flute? No. Mountain permit? Alright, let's get out of here. The fuck? We got missiles? Oh, the robots are back. I like how it hurts enemies when it explodes. Oh, I'm going this way. Oh, they fly now? They fly now. I think they're bothering me, but I want all the orbs I can get. Yeah, dude. I low-key feel like I should have kept grinding with OU, but you're saying regardless, I'll be fine by the end? Oh, whoa, whoa. Dude, you didn't need to grind, lol. Alright, I didn't know. Oh, shit. Okay. Whoa. Okay, this will be strange. Alright, oh, maybe not. Oh, wrong way. Alright, I got it. I got it this time. No worries, you're good. Hell yeah. Naginashima. I'm really enjoying this. Dude, where was this room when I was playing as OU, dude? Oh, well, at least I don't need to grind anyway. Yo! Oh, fuck. To look up or not to look up? I already went over, I think. Yeah. Hold on. Yes, I'm counting with my fingers. Yeah, I did it wrong. You know what? I ain't mathing right now. Wait, that's not how that works. There's no 34 button. Man, the thing's already fucking lying to me. Oh, wait, I might be reading this wrong. Kind of ballparks me. It, honestly, it does kind of fucking break right here, but whatever. For some reason, it's not giving me, like, it's making up a slot. Whatever. Fucking AI slop, you know? Quick math. Okay, 4, I believe. Yep. And then I think 10 was over here, so it'll be 21. Yeah. Yep. Golden key. Oh, nice. Oh. Scarlet Jewel's missing. I don't think I have any extras, but I know where to go. Because I had my mommy statue. How do I get out of here? Oh, it's a ladder. Ah. Type shit. The elevator's still working? Okay, it is. Damn, it's still spinning. Good shit. Oh shit. No! Oh shit, I can't block. Dick. More. Okay, we're done. Damn, almost. Yeah, you say I don't have to, so I'll just overwrite this. It's all good. And then, do I have, no. I was hoping I had like, magic stone or whatever. Power stone. I might be maxed. I might be max health. I'm not entirely sure right now. But I do know, it's like I took to my mommy statue right here. Pretty sure that's where the gold key goes. Or am I tripping? Yeah, there was another spot. I think it was this way. Oh. Is that Pennywise? Nice. What time are you off, dude? Other side? Okay, I think I know where to go. Ooh. Six, 7. Oh, you're off at 6. Oh shit! We just wanted it. Our arrows collided. You got some crazy emotes. I love them. Yo! All right. Bitch. It'd be cool if, like, even if I don't use that, I can get like a little something out of it. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. There's just room in here. But yo,
Jubei.
What's up, bro? You're not
I
OU.
discovered the truth about OU.
Oh wait, what?
She just happens to be. Someone's coming. I'll handle this. You go on ahead.
Kodoro.
Hurry.
Thanks, pimp. She's single. She's probably married. Man. Yo.
It's you. I know
Me.
who you are.
Me.
You're an agent from the Oda clan.
Oh shit.
You can fool Jubei, but you can't fool me. I don't know what you're planning, but you better stop hanging around Jubei. I'll let you live if you leave now.
No, you've got it all wrong.
Oops.
Shut up!
You have to believe me.
Kill her.
Just listen for a moment. Please believe me.
Wait!
Oh, fuck this room. Actually, fuck this room. Get out of here.
I'll fight with
Oh.
you.
Oh shit, did she kill him?
Get ready. Now.
Oh. Bitch, you wasted it. Oh, different sword. I think it's this one actually. I don't... Earth rumbling? I don't have the fucking earth. Oh wait, am I locked out? Oh no. Wait, fuck. Actually, is there not like a locked door somewhere? It's that way. I can't do anything in here yet. Actually, I think I have to backtrack. Like I don't have an earth unless it's my fucking arrow or something. Yeah, I'm missing a weapon. I have to come back, maybe? Yeah, I think because I came in through here, and I went over there, and then I did all this shit over here, and then if I go forward... Doesn't it say it's locked on the other side, though? Over here, at the top, north? Yo. Oh. I guess it's like a later weapon. I can't do this, so I will leave. Bye, OU. Have fun. Or come with me. Damn it. Yeah, maybe I'm... Dude, I don't know where to go. Jesus. Run, Jubei! I don't know what I should play. What's in your backlog? H. Oh, fuck. You know what? Fucking... Ugh, so much bullshit. I feel it. Help. Nice, I see it animated. Oh, wait. There's like a golden key. Where's the golden key go? Oh, shit. That's a pretty dope demon drawing. Oh, you know what? I'm an idiot, dude. I never checked out this. This is the thing I need. Yeah, I don't know what you have and haven't played. To be honest, you played lots of shit. If they start making video games, I would still have enough games to play till the day I die, man. I feel it, bro. Nice. Damn. I don't know if I like this one. Oh, that still hurt me. How did you just not pick that up? I don't know. I missed it earlier, but yeah, it's right here. You can max that right out now. With only 4? I don't think I can. I spent all my shit like on my inventory. Or, I mean on my equipment. Armor and shit. Unless it's just... Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, I thought you had way more. No, I spent it all on my armor. All Gucci though. I feel like Shao Kahn right now. Oh, what the fuck? Hammer East End, bitch. $19 bars per piece of equipment. I never counted. Weapons included. I feel like the weapons go faster. Oh, it's because there's... I don't know. Are you sure like the equipment is still 19? Let me head back over here. Just run through it now. You have so many emotes. Whoa, that's cool. Whoa. It's same amount? Alright, nice. Thank you for the tip. Dude, this is awesome. No. Give him the Cole Young treatment. Just chat right now. Oh, I can't even tell what that is. Oh, right, just locked in. Let's see. Circle key. Hell yeah. What's over here? Secret ladder. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Yeah, I might as well. Have you ever played, actually, no, you haven't. 'Cause, well, have you played Onimusha Blade Warriors? I'm assuming no. Because you haven't even played 3. Actually, you're playing Onimusha for the first time, right? 1 and 2, you said recently? I really hope they remaster 3, but I'm gonna stream all of them. There isn't nearly as many as are Resident Evils. This can be this, and after this is going to be Onimusha Tactics for Game Boy Advance. And after that is going to be Blade Warriors, which is like the stupid ass looking Smash Brothers beat 'em up kind of one. And then what's after that? Oh, 3. And then Dawn of Dreams. Played like half of 4. Do I like 4? 4 is good. 4 is very like I think the controls are tight, you know what I mean? Like the combat is great in that one. I just remember it being kind of long, like almost too long, but I could do it. I believe in myself. Let me save. Damn it. Just... How do I use these keys? I hope they explain that. Yeah, how the fuck does Miyamoto end up with an Ogre Gauntlet in the new game? Well, apparently he's actually in Blade Warriors, so maybe they'll explain it then. And I mean, it's not like Samanosuke is the only one to use the Gauntlet. There's been other characters to use Gauntlet. Really? Yeah, I don't think that's a spoiler. I know that, lol. Oh, well, of course they'll explain it. They're not just gonna be like, boom, he's got one. I wonder how he got it. Oh, they'll explain it. They have to. They always explain how these guys get it. Hold on. What the? Okay, hold on. Look at the map. Oh, I know where to go. I know where to go. I know where to go. I'm tripping. It's up that one ladder room. I think it's, is it this way? It might be in here. With like the robots. Yeah, I think it's over here. Yeah. And was it this one? What was up here? I forget. Oh, yeah. Gold. Yes, I will use the gold key. And then I go, yo. Circular. Yes. Oh, you. I don't care that you're an Oda spy.
I told you.
I forgive you and all your faults.
Now you will suffer.
Yo.
Please, stop it.
Yeah, fuck him up. Fuck him up. I'll kill him for you.
No! Are you all right?
When I see her.
Hang on.
Nice.
This doesn't change anything.
Listen,
She changed me.
I'm going to return to Odani Castle. I have 3 daughters.
Damn. You want a 4th?
I decided to choose them.
You're lying.
You should understand. Kotaro Fuma.
I know she's used goods, right?
How do you know?
I've heard about you. Your mother was killed.
Damn, they even tried to lip
She
sync.
abandoned you and ran away when you were little. So you hate women. But did she really abandon you? She must have had a good reason. It's unthinkable that a mother would abandon her own child.
Shut up!
Fuck off! Just punches her.
You don't know anything.
So angry. Show me your feet. Kotoro. I've been saying Kotoro like a gaijin. Ooh, what is this? Yo. Tokichiro's memo. What the fuck is over there? It's a video game perspective, but retrospective. What is that? What game is that? It looks awesome. That's like a PS1 horror game or something. What is that? Let's put something else on though. For atmosphere, but what game is that? Oh, Resident Evil clones. That looks dope. Whatever that is. I'll come back to it. Let's put on Seven Samurai. Oh wait, no. And then, oh yeah, this is over too. Damn, dude, 2 movies. 47 Ronin. No, that's Seven Samurai. Oh, recently, my lord has become extremely busy with managing the demons, planning human hunts, visiting the renovation site at Onigashima, and constructing the tower of Gifu Castle. Since I am but a mere human, it was too difficult to keep up with my lord. But thanks to my lord's brilliant piece of equipment called the Light Path, I can instantly travel between Onigashima and Gifu Castle. Now I can travel and devote my full service to my lord. Signed, Tokichiro Kinoshita. What? Oh. Oh. Okay. Damn. Yo. Yo. Sorry, I'm sorry. Help me. Can't stop. Yeah, this was in Oni 1. Oh, I had to go all the way around. Yeah. Oh boy, 6. We might be here a while. Jesus Christ. Dude, I just cheated most of these. I'm like, I'm too old to give a fuck. Yeah, I kind of feel it. Oh. It's not working right now. Alright, Onimusha 2 Tower Puzzle Box. I put Pizzle. Oh shit, wrong button. Oh fuck! Damn it. Alright. It'll go. I'm just gonna watch somebody do it. Oh, I see, I see. Wait. My first ball. I'm a little annoyed that I triggered that, but it's okay. I could get it back, I could get it back. It's not numbered. Kickbox. That's not Demon Cave. Hold on. I'm gonna look it up. I don't give a fuck. You're right. When you're right, you're right. It's not the number puzzle. It's puzzle block solution. Let's find a video. Yo. Oh, this is it, I think. No, it's not. Ooh, they're labeled. Castle second visit. No. No. Yes. Here we go. Here we go. Here's a flow. Got some shit I really know. I'ma swag it up and try to act as if I'm really cool. My Cheerios is honey nut. You rip most $100. P.S. I Love You is on the TV. Dicky tearing up. I think this is it. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Get down there, bitch. I like that Jay-Z one. Alright, let's solve it for me. Alright. Okay. This is not where I was headed with it. I'm glad they looked it up. Oh, nice. Ha, first try. Fuck, I'm so annoyed I used my my double trigger. My Oni trigger. Yeah, dude, those suck. Green wedge, nice. Oh, nice. Nice. Just go to enemy hallway and farm the double trigger orbs. It's all good. This game isn't particularly hard. It's a secret knock. He looks cool.
AK.
Oh, there's AK.
Hey, Eke.
What the fuck is that?
Is that you?
Open the fucking door, Eke. Oh, I gotta play as him now.
Jubei!
Jubei.
Is that you?
Jubei.
You open the door.
Why? Are you locked in? Well, I could open it, but it'll cost you.
Bitch, you know how many booze I've given you?
First,
Weapons and armor?
you have to tell me where the key is.
Oh.
If I knew, I wouldn't ask
You just
you.
bust it open with your big ass.
Oh, that's true.
Open the door now, I'm gonna throw rocks at you. Oh yeah, I can't do that. I wish I could have warned you sooner. If you upgrade the gauntlets first, it increases your orb suction speed. Oh yeah, that would have been nice to know. That's good to know, actually. That's not that big of a deal though, but that's very helpful. Thanks, bro. Good tip. I think I'm level 2 on that. This is gonna explode, isn't it? Oh. Yellow soul bracelet. Cool, 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 cool. Yo! No problem. Yeah, that's a good tip. I got a tip for you. Hey, yo. Oh. Let's go this way first. Oh, dude, for a second I thought that was, what's his face? Gary Busey. Oh, I unlocked it. What's over here? Shit. Yeah, let's just go. It's not until I find the key and open that door that I think I'm really at a point of no return or anything. Wee! Woo! Wee! Oh. Oh, you know what's crazy is I just tried doing the thing that I can't do. Stuff blocked and not blocked now? No, it's still blocked. Yo, I want to play as Kotaro again. That dude is the best fighter, clearly, outside of like Jubei. I would do some crazy shit with him. Whoa! Oh, he freezes them in place. That's cool. Does that work on bosses? Hey, what is that? I got murderous Pikachu? Hell yeah. I don't know what this game wants me to do or where it wants me to go. I could go the other way. This is probably... I mean, there's nothing for him to explore here, I don't think. The cage Pikachu? Nice. Actually, I'm gonna go... Oh yeah, that is a cage Pikachu. You don't say. I'm gonna go back. Or... I don't know. I don't know where this wants me to go. Oh, this is new. Yeah, I don't think I had access to this last time, right? Oh, that's where I came from. God damn it, Joey. I'm stupid. No. Anyway, I'm gonna go this way. Oh, it's locked. Okay, so I have to go the other way. I'm gonna get a key over there somewhere. Oh, what's over there, actually? There's another room this way. I haven't checked out. Oh, that's right. God damn it. Come here. Don't. Hold on, I'm a little paranoid. Be right back. Let me just check something real quick.
Ew. Ew. Damn, dude. What the fuck were you drinking? Thank you. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. These nuts. Gang, gang.
Fat Jason Statham, no!
Sucks about a shotgun ammo, but there'll be more. You know? Wait, what the fuck?
I barely know you, but you seem cool. Here you go. What?
Attack on Titan. Yeah, I still gotta get on that. Oh, sh.
Alright. Like, break the TV. Daddy, I'm sorry!
Okay, alright. Yeah, right. Hello, there got my face. Crumpets. These are scones.
How many are there?
Well, I'm American. Biscuits!
Frank, I fought him like halfway through, sent him to the losers bracket, and I was surprised because like Frank's good, like fucking Scorpion himself, he just climbed his way out of the nether realm and got his revenge, and it was down to me and him, and I didn't win a single round of that fight. He fucking wiped his ass with me. So if I was there, I would have been second. LOL. Oh, we're talking shit. I'm not sure if he does, but I'm trying to get later prints.
Also learn.
No, I did not.
I put a
No, I
different
did
movie on
not.
while I was up.
I use a voice changer to hide my identity. He's just like Ghostface.
I do have to go to the castle, but hopefully it guides me a bit more in there, just because I don't really know where to go. Yeah, I need a special key for that. At least his finishers are actually pretty quick. Emotes for days. Oh yeah, what's over here? Is this still locked? This was locked before, right? Oh. Oh, here we go. Nice. Alright. Neo Protector. Hey, Neo, I played that. Relish. What is this? Humans is food. Creating the best ingredients has been a long and painstaking mission of mine for many years. However, I have never found a way to remove the innate cruelty of human beings. If you allow several thousand humans to roam in free space, they will eventually start killing each other. Not over food, mind you, but over territory. What an incorrigible species. This makes it difficult to raise humans in a small area. What is most difficult, though, is having to eliminate the human leaders of these fights in order to preserve our stock of humans. And now, chapstick. It's come to my attention that some demons believe the free-range humans are better than cultivated ones. I must admit that I found the difference in firmness of the human beings who are roam-free as opposed to the ones we raise ourselves. Being an accomplished cook, I can tell the difference by just holding a knife when I prepare the human body. As far as I can remember, the best human I've ever tasted would have to be Taro no Masakado. This human broke his contract with the demons and therefore was soon set to be table for Fortinbras to feast upon. And he had heard that Masakado had killed so many humans. His name had been recorded in history books. Maybe there is a connection between the quality of the human flesh and their personality. I don't know, but the theory merits further research. This one's probably my favorite. Oh, the fish? Yeah, that's a good one. I like that one. That's mine, I think. I saw one, it was like a cow doing it that Tofu used to have. I miss Tofu. She was fun. What's that fish from? Oh, dude, you have to look it up. So it's a fish being attacked by an electric eel, and it's just like, wait, it's either that or it's spawning. I want to say that one is being attacked by an electrical eel, but it's actually possible that it's releasing either sperm or eggs. I think it's spawning. Did I get pressing key? Okay, yeah, and this goes back to that one spot. Want to make emotes? I'm still trying to figure it out. I mean, you can make them. It's just a GIF, very limited restrictions. But are you affiliated yet? You had to have gotten invited by now. I think I see you with more than, or at least 4 people when you stream. There's a 3. I forget. Cause I be lurking, dude. I'm trying to help. I was affiliated, but then it took it away from me because the average viewer count thing got low. You can become unaffiliated? I thought once you were affiliated, like, you're set. I didn't know they could lose it. That's crazy. I didn't know you could become unaffiliated, bro. Busted, no getting through. Okay, just go this way then. I got the email that said I was the following week, and then it said I need one more. Oh, so before the change took over, you probably lost it, right? Like the requirements. Well, we'll get it back, bud. And then do it the second you get that email again. I didn't know you could do that. That's crazy. For Jubei. Oh, he does this when he soaks it up. That's cool. It's stupid how once you reach it, it can be taken away just like that. Yeah, dude, that's insane. A little fucked up. Yeah. Oh shit. Shit. Oh, my gambit, dude. Okay, hold on. Fuck. Bitch, how do I get it? What is this? Halberd? Okay, is that better? It is. That's why I'm trying to figure out how to do point redeems and email to that being affiliated, but I have this Chromebook, so mix it up doesn't work. So the thing is for us to trigger it, we would need you need channel points on our end, unless we can do just stuff like exclamation point something. But I'm pretty sure for emotes and point redeems, you need to be affiliated. Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought that was like a requirement. You know, I don't gotta kill you. Fuck you. Hunting schedule. Recruitment for Shingen Takeda of Kai Province. Expected date March 1573 human calendar. Those who enter and receive 500 human bodies as a special bonus. Registration ends on the full moon in February or when the list is full. The following is a tentative schedule for after the Takeda hunt. August 1573, Echizen Odani Castle, March 1574, Ichiyami Hogan Temple, September 1574, Issei Nagashima, December 1574, Kishu Saiga. The schedule is subject to change based on the performance of the Takeda hunt. I definitely want to save. I'm about to die. I'm trying to avoid using magic if I can. Not magic, medicine. That's for Jubei. And I'm really mad I accidentally used that super duper one. Somebody who doesn't need it. Worth it. I've heard ways around being affiliated, but it involves using Windows or ISO, and this Chromebook uses Rosh UI? I never heard of that before. Okay, I'm taking too long to do that. Rosh is a problem with Linux for Chromebooks? Okay, I didn't know that. The more you know. Whoa. Yummy. Snake key. I'm a snake. I'm a snake. You obtained Book of Fortinbras. Although Lord Nobunaga was killed in Okehazama, he rose from the dead by the power of the demons. With the help of Fortinbras, Nobunaga tried to exterminate the Saito clan of Mito province, but the Oni warrior Samanosuke Akechi stopped his evil plan. When the king of the demons, Fortinbras, met his untimely fate at Inabayama Castle, Nobunaga's evil ambitions also came to an end. No one could have imagined that Fortinbras would be defeated. It was the worst crisis of the demons had ever faced, but it was Nobunaga who saved them. Although he was originally human, Fortinbras saw his potential, and soon Nobunaga created the Order from Chaos and became the king of the demons. He destroyed the Saito clan of Mito province and is now ready to conquer the entire world. Nice. Cool. The Golden Evil Statue. As of today, the Golden Evil Statue is complete. The statue is made up of roughly 6,000 tons of gold. 6,000 tons of gold. When I first saw Guildenstern's design specifications, I could not fathom why Lord Nobunaga wanted the statue, but now that it's complete, I understand that I am confident that the statue shines with the dignity that will entice humans to worship it. Humans love nothing more than to idolize those who they consider above themselves. While Fortinbras tried to rule humans with force, Nobunaga, being human himself, understands how little maggots think and what their weaknesses are. Under this rule, we have enjoyed many ceremonies and sacrifices. This statue will allow us to feast upon even more delicious flesh. Lord Nobunaga is a genius. Hell yeah. I want to see the specifications. Looks like a blueprint. It kind of resembles a Buddha statue. I resemble a Buddha statue. Whoa. You guys okay? What is this? Way too detailed to be a Buddhist statue. I get past you? Excuse me. Fucking move, dude. Where'd we go? Is there an item? Let me see. There might be. Snake key? Talisman? Bruh. Missing something? I might be. Well, I have a snake key. Is that what that is? It's probably something locked. No. Oh, in the castle. Maybe it's in the castle. I gotta go back to the castle, I think. Damn, dude, this is a later stream than I intended. See what happens when I don't have work the next day? Bitch. Bring it on. Drop anything for me? Probably not. Actually, I'm getting a little tired and I'm still hungry, but I'm definitely not eating this late. I'm fat enough. Leave. Oh, yeah, leave. Yeah, I think I gotta go to the castle. There's probably some shit over there. Also, oh, block. Gambit. Stop! I don't want to attack these guys. You know what? I'm sick of this. Fuck you guys. My range attack sucks. think it's back at in the castle. There were other locked doors, I think. Whoa. Alright. Yeah, I can't open that. Oh wait, no, this is the ice one, right? Oh shit. Oh, I didn't know I could deflect those like that. Yeah. Yeah, I assume I'm going to the castle. Oh wait, no, this is the key I think I need. Right? For Jubei. Oh no, it's this way. Wait, is it? Yeah. Snake key? I don't know if it's, is it the snake door? Yep. Booyah!
Here I am. You must know what I want. Hmm?
Who's?
Yes, I know. Liquor
Bitches?
and women.
Yeah. Who's and bitches? I said
A
it.
great deal of you.
Yes, that's fine.
That's good. That's good. Yep.
Enhance? Enhance? No. 48 saves. Hell yeah. Oh! Scared me. Oh wait. I don't know if this is where I need to go though. Oh. Oh yeah. Hell yeah. Tokichiro's diary. I'm so impressed with what my lord has done these past few days. Recently, he has killed not only the monks, but also the women and children of Hazen? He has no feelings or morals when it comes to the lives of humans, and now it is perfectly obvious to me that Odani Castle will fall. Who else could conquer the entire country except my lord? It was wise of me to decide to serve him. If I follow my lord, I will become rich beyond my dreams. Hey, my iPad's about to die. Artwork number 11. Let's do it. Yes, low power mode. Smashing. These guys are annoying though. I can hate these guys. Oh, fucker. Yugi! Yugi-sama! What do these unique mushrooms do? Are these gifts? They are. Where they at? There they are. Easy. Fucker. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Cool, cool, cool. Actually, dude. Fuck off me. An accident. I kind of forgot I had that weapon. Chest for me? That's fine. I hope this floor has, or this dungeon has more floors. More. Sick. down here. Fuck. Nice. Nice. Come on. Come on. Oh, shit. Oh, that should have been an Isen. That would have been cool. How many floors are here? Oh shit. Nice. More. Oh, is this it? Nice. What'd I get? Purple necklace. Oh, does that give me more Oni charge? Oh, I do. I kind of forgot I had the heal. Let me... Oh, dude, I completely forgot about the white necklace. How fast does it go? Because it should still be equipped, no? So... Reduces the amount of magic power required for magic attacks by 1/3. Not effective in the Phantom Realm. Not effective in the Phantom Realm. Okay, alright, we're good. I was literally about to just stand here and let it fucking recharge. Anything else for me to pick up? No. What is it? There's something blinking over here. What is this? Oh, okay. It's nothing. Not Knackle Stack. Dude, they're just making up Pokemon now. Well, all Pokemon are made up, but you know what I mean. See how fast do I heal? Oh, it's going. It's going. Oh. I'm actually going here and heal. And then I'll dip. So what? What items do I have first of all? Items, any keys? I got the snake key. Ooh, magic jewel. Crescent key, cherry blossom, circle key, golden key. I don't. All right. Oh, I think I have to go back in the castle. There might be a door that was locked by magic or something, or no, I know where it's at. I know where it's at. It's over where I fought Bug Bitch in the first game. We have to cross the boat. That's where I have to go. Pretty sure. Oh, that felt good. How many? Got the 1, 2, 3. Okay, I need. There's 2 more orbs to get. All right, I'm gonna let him heal for a bit. Let me try this again. Dang, it just like shuts off like past 1 a.m. I healed yet? No. I looked wait. I looked it up. The way I lost affiliate shouldn't be possible once I get it. It should say affiliate. I think my account glitched. So when you got the invite, did you actually go through the process of like the affiliate? Because you have to like, just because you get invited, you know, but maybe you can contact customer service and be like, yo, I got the invite. I don't know what happened. And then maybe they'll just be able to force it or something. But yeah, you got the invite. Was your account actually set to affiliate? I didn't know there was a process afterwards. Yeah, you have to go into the email and go through the whole process. You have to like set up like your bank account and stuff, because technically, you know, you're monetizing your channel at that point. Oh, for some reason I thought I was doing the gauntlets. Stupid ass. Okay. Oh shit. You know what? Fuck you guys. There's safer ways to get orbs. Yeah, honestly, dude, maybe you just didn't go through the process. I would check that invite and try it. You might still be affiliated, you know, or at least invited to become affiliate, because you did meet those conditions, and it doesn't make sense for them to just take it away. They can't at the moment. Oh no, I don't mean right now. When you have a chance, it might be worth it to look. You might be affiliated, bro. Whoa.
I'll give you a hand.
Hey, what up, dude?
Jubei, ready?
Oh. But yeah, dude, do that and then let me know if it works out. Because I don't think the invite expires. If it does, that's fucked up. But I think you're affiliated. That's when I make goofy emotes and redeems. No, I feel it. I can tell you're gonna have so much fun with it too, dude. Gourd. Wait, more? What is this? Journal? It's kind of cool coming back to this location. All right. Yeah, go in the hall. You may go down the hole. Where am I? What is this? Where am I? Demon Cave entrance? Oh shit, Demon Cave. Edison, I like that. Whoa, these guys are getting fucked up. Oh, there's Medusa here? Can't open it. Oh. Oh. Oh, these things. Oh, they're purple now. Oh shit. Stop targeting him, idiot. Oh shit. Oh, you need a hammer. It's hammer time, isn't it? Oh, they're ranged now? Nice. Oh, thank you for the late night vibes, but I'm going to bed. Good night. Enjoy your stream. Peace out. Good night. Thank you for hanging out. I didn't realize you were still here. Sweet dreams, Angel. Appreciate you. Wait, is there another way I can... Oh, there is another path that way. What's over there? I'm gonna start running past things, but... Oh, no, because... Teleported in, and there was nothing over there. I'm gonna look. It looks like there's a path over there I didn't go to. And I'm gonna run past enemies because I don't want to keep fucking... It's late. And actually do have plans around like 10 today. Yeah, what's over here? Wait, what? This way? Hold on, I'm tripping. What the fuck is going on? I'm gonna hug right. Hug the wall. What is over here? This map is tripping, dude. Look at that. It looks like... And then... What's in here? This is where I came from, isn't it? Is it teleported? Oh, this is the other area. This is where I couldn't get past that motherfucker. Okay. Alright. Alright. We're good. I'm just... a little testy here. Ridiculous. You. Open. Magic. Or? All right. Do something, dickhead. Trying to piss me off? Okay. Fucker. Oh yeah, let me heal. I love this necklace. I'm trying to pop my neck, but like I'm also tethered with my earbuds, so I can't be too crazy, you know? What movie do I have on again? Oh, Black Mask. That's right. Good movie. Yeah, dude, the necklace healing me is well worth the investment. And then the other necklace let me use a third of my magic. I wonder if it'll let me like drain my Oni stuff like a third the rate. You know what I mean? Like a third lower. Oh, it's under equipment. Oh, I do have the gun. Hey, equip that shit. All right, and then purple necklace. Hey, what up, you boy? Let me stand still and heal. I fucked up by moving. But yeah, dude. Whenever you can, check your account. I'm kind of excited for you if that's the case. Like, it's possible that your stats dipped below, but because you got the invite, hopefully it's still active. If not, I would hit up customer service and be like, yo, dude, I was kind of confused. I thought they took it away. I was affiliated. Like, is there any chance you can fucking hook a brother up? Give that shit back? But I think you're affiliated. You just didn't go through the process. Oh, shit. Hey, stop fighting. I thought you guys were cool.
What are you doing? Stop it.
Don't stop me. You don't know this woman. Wait.
Am my iPad gonna die?
Yeah.
Her name's OU.
I got it. I won't let her get away.
Kotaro!
Blue necklace. Did it just restore my magic? Mysterious aura that allows you to absorb souls quicker than usual. That might actually be worth it when I'm not trying to heal. Also, that's not really like my problem. Honestly, I think using my magic at a lesser rate is kind of dope. I want that, actually. She threw a great ninja like me off track. I swear, she's not just some normal woman. Oh yeah, let me have 5% battery. Shut up. I should plug it in. But all my cords are being used. I gotta get more of these fucking cables. So what do I have that I can give you? An abacus? Who gets the abacus? Probably not you. Oh, I can pull this up on my phone too. I'm tripping. Kotaru. Oolong tea. I feel like that's homegirl. Yeah, that's all of them. Yeah, you can get it. You've been helping me out, dude. Gourd.
It's rare. Thank you.
Your medicine or something. I'll take it. I'll take it. And I also got a fork. What is a fork for? OU. Oh, that's weird. Couples rings. OU. Kaleidoscope. This guy, yeah. What do unique mushrooms do? This I'm still tripping on that. Random effect on recipient. Ooh, it's random. Normal bullet. Lemon, wonderflower. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, I'm just gonna shut my iPad off. Oh, there's still more to explore. All right. Bet. You guys have to calm down to get in my normal state, or stance. Otherwise, I'll just keep swinging. And I won't be able to do the finisher. Already full of those. Yo! What's this do? Oh. I didn't realize that was a bridge. I just saw enemies. And then once these guys are all dead and I have a chance, I'm actually gonna switch over to my white necklace and heal. Dude, this is gonna... The rules have changed. Hell yeah. You guys ever watch Black Mask? It's pretty good. It's like if Jet Li was like Darkman, kind of. Like without being disfigured, but I think he feels no pain and he has like rage issues. He's like a martial artsy superhero. And then they had Black Mask 2, which I never finished it because it's the same character, but it's not Jet Li anymore. I didn't care. It's probably sick. Just as a kid, I was disappointed, so I was like, I'm not watching that shit. It's not even my boy. Reducing it by 1/3 is awesome, dude. Yeah, all these upgrades. Oh yeah. Huh. Tight. Alright, next up are the weapons, which are still going to take a lot. Tokichiro's Memo 2. The petrification bullet that Guildenstern created is an astounding weapon. Anyone who is hit by this bullet becomes frozen like a stone statue. Then they can easily be crushed into pieces and scattered, or they can be displayed like a nice ornament. As a precaution, Guildenstern created the great powder to counteract the bullet's effect, which he stored inside a bamboo tube. There is nothing to fear with a weapon this magnificent. Now to start mass production. Signed, Tokichiro Kinoshita. I think I just enhanced. I don't think I saved. Did I save? Yeah, now I did. I had to watch the little thumbnail update, you know? Demon Cave map. Damn, I wish I was still playing as Homeboy. Maybe I went, the right way too fast.
He probably set a trap. I'll go first.
Oh.
Jubei, watch carefully.
Oh, let me backtrack, actually. Am I playing as you now? Nice. Actually, I think he can open those, I think. Or... Oh, fuck. Oh, God. I already fucked up. No. Okay. Oh, this sucks. Okay, I think I can do this. And then hit that one, and then ping pong that way. Watch me fuck this up. Can I walk? I'll try it, man. Ah! Scared me. That's not much. He went straight. Ah! Okay, cool. Thanks, man. I don't think I have anything to give you right now. I thought I gave you the gourd already. Oh, he might actually like the map. Or the lemon, not a map. The fuck? He might like the lemon. Let me look it up. Onimusha gift guide. Lemon. The limon. Yeah, he would be the one. Thanks, man.
This is the first time I've ever seen one of these.
Better than nothing. Oh, no. Alright, we're good. Now, if you could kindly get the fuck out of the way. Alright. What, are you poor? No, he's from Japan. He's never seen, like... Because he likes stuff from around the world. That's his thing. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. You're not supposed to follow up, you dick. Oh shit, alright. I have a hammer too, you motherfucker. Don't have lemons in Japan? Or I don't know, maybe not his region. I don't know, maybe they were introduced later on than the 1500s. I have no idea when or if they even had lemons, but I think that's the idea. It's like he's just never he likes things that are like out, like foreign, you know? Let's Google this. Let's get to the bottom of this. I don't like guessing. When did Japan get lemons? Oh yeah. The modern standard lemon first arrived in Japan in 1898, introduced to the port of Mitari and Osaki. And this takes place in, I think, the 1500s? Japanese citrus. Yeah, they're their own. But yeah, I guess they didn't have lemons then. They don't have lemons in Japan. Oh, I couldn't tell if you were making a statement or a question. My bad. Wait, I'm doing shit. Holy shit. Get the fuck out! I'll kill you guys all right here. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I'll do it right here at the entrance. Fuck you guys. Jesus. I took so much damage from that. It was the rate of fire. I couldn't do it and move forward. My statement is a question. Alright, so I just made a big ass circle. What is the point of this? Oh. Got it. Herb. Oh, actually, let me heal. Is it silly cooked? No, it's not. Dude, I love this. I wish it took a little longer, but it saves me so much on healing items. I can check my texts, which I have none. Nobody loves me. Let's see. Well, actually, let me check this. Damn, it's taking a while to heal. Wait, is that the July 4th? Perfect. Damn, that even fucking popped off. Nah, it's good enough, probably. Damn, it's 3. Yeah, I'll be good. As long as I end soon. Love it. Purple or it's blue doing it? Oh yeah, absorb quicker. Oh wait, did I open? I did open. Alright. Oh boy. I might look this one up again too. Oh. Fuck. Almost. How did I do that? I'm gonna look it up. I think it's on my YouTube. Yeah, it might be next actually. Let me see. Castle, Demon Cave, Trick Box. Oh, here it is. I think so. Oh! Oh, dude, I'm missing something actually. But let me solve this first. I could totally go back and unpowder those people. I can powder them up. There we go. Power Jewel. Yeah, all these motherfuckers. I can... Oh. There you know. Boom. And here you are in front of me. Oh, by the way, I found this before. Please use it if you wish. Secret medicine? Oh, yeah. I'm gonna go through, hopefully not progress, but I would like to, yeah, let me heal it. You get fucking powdered. You get fucking powdered. Everybody gets fucking powdered. The cave is actually just one long connected circle. Wait, I'm even telling you this. It's time to blow this joint. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Give me something. All right. I wonder if there's like a achievement for unstoning everybody. Honestly, I like this one more. 6-7, 6-7. What up, Bonnie? How you doing? Oh, let me save too while I'm here. How was your night going? It's probably like morning for you right now, right? I forget. Happy Saturday. Bonnie way. It's evening right now. Nice. Yeah, it's 3 a.m. for me. We were brought here from the gold mine in the Sato province. We were forced to work here, and this place gives me the creeps. But I'm a weirdo. When the skin on my hands peeled off, ooh, and I said I couldn't hold a pickaxe anymore, some weird monkey-like man told me I had outlived my usefulness. And before I knew it, everything went dark. I don't remember anything after that. I got you, fam. found something really nice, but luck ain't on my side today. I was gonna use this later, but my partner would just get angry, so I'll give it to you. Don't tell him, okay? Medicine, nice. Can I use it on this? Whoa, can't say that anymore. The strange monkey man or whatever. Funny. How do I open these? I think I might come back with a different character. Maybe, Oh, you? Oh, you! That's how he says it. Oh, alright. You know what? No, I'm not in the mood for these guys. Fuck off. Those ones suck. Yeah, monkey-like man. Like overkill. Yo! I'm like thoroughly enjoying this game though, just so you guys all know. I wish I could be called a cool animal as an insult. Careful what you wish for. No. Oh yeah, I think there was some stuff over here. Let me check. Yeah. I think there was like somebody blocking the way. Well, there was Homeboy, I think. What's in here? Let me just be sure. Okay, yeah, there's nothing in here. And then I go to the right. Oh, wrong button. Oh shit. Respawn. Yeah, I think there's... Let me just do one more lap. I'm pretty sure there's like plenty more of these frozen stone peoples. No, that wasn't for you. That's for the bigger guy. If someone called me a monkey, I think it'd be cool. Who wouldn't want to be called one? Don't pay bills, live free. People think you're a cute creature. I wish I was one. Oh, right. Be able to rip somebody's face off. That's more chimps, which are apes, but yeah, I get it. Get to jerk off and throw poop. I mean, what's stopping you? You still can. Be the change you want to see, man. I will probably finish this game on my next stream, if not tonight. No, I have a few more hours, I want to say. This is 6... I think my last stream was about 3 hours. It's 9. I think this game is about 12, if you play the way I am right now, which is slow and trying to get everything I can. Yeah, anyone else? Or just down? Because then I guess I get to leave, but then what? Oh yeah, there's you. You! But without getting arrested. I mean, you don't have to do it in public, but I get it. You can do it in one more stream, easy. Yeah, I think I'm right almost there. Listen, nice, nice. I'm trying to make sure that there's no one else I'm missing. Fuck, I think I fucked up. I think I could have, when I was playing as Aki, or whatever his name is, I think I could have opened that. Whoa! Oh, it's you. Fuck off. Fuck off! Oh shit! Then I guess I leave this dungeon afterwards and then figure out where else I gotta go. Oh, well, I got the stone. It's probably gonna trigger a fight, to be honest. Oh, and then these motherfuckers. That's right. That's right. And I am getting a little tired now. I'm not even hungry anymore, which is good. Oh shit. Oh, it's this part. Yeah, fuck you guys. Let me just double check in here, and then yeah, I think I'm good after this. I'll go back to the real world. Well, I'm already in the real world, but you know what I mean. Mad real. You know what? One more. Let me go ahead and just... Oh, let me enhance first. Enhance? Enhance? Just dump it in there. I'll do my 60th save. Oh, 9 hours total? Yeah. Oh, where'd we go? Oh, on the boat. Right? Right. I kind of forgot where I need to go. Oh, forgot the follow. That snake room.
Jubei, ready?
Missed. Yeah, I have no clue if I'm going the right way or not. Oh,
Piece of cake.
I guess I am. Bye. Right. I don't know. Ooh. Like stretch or something. Bitch. Eat lead, motherfucker. What's in here? I want to believe this is where I go. Oh, actually, let me heal. Yo. Sorry. Doesn't she get like Scarlet or something? I forget. Oh, he drops. Nice. Oh damn, look at that. Ooh, good stunt. Bullshit, but that was cool. Ooh. What other bullets do I have? I got normal bullet and oh, that's it. Yep. Yep. Mantike appears. Go. Joey. Hey, what up, Bourbon? How you doing, dude? What's up? Not much. Playing Onimusha 2 now. I did this so much. Just waiting for it to heal. Dude, it saves so much on like healing items. Like there was a point where I was like, ooh, I got like 2 of each left. Now I'm like fucking amazing. I'll save those for like when I need it in combat, you know, which will probably happen. Oh, wait, do I have anything to enhance? Yeah, I do. Let me just throw it in there. Yeah, no, you want those for the very end. Yeah, I think I remember that boss. It's like a big like Genma tank or something, right? Is it late night for you? Dude, it's hella late for me. I'm being very stupid. I mean, it's Saturday and I do have stuff to do today, but it's 3 in the morning right now. It's fucking awful. So I'm right? Yeah, I remember it being kind of a pain in the ass. I don't remember it being too tough. Also, I don't remember if this is where I have to go or not. I feel like it is. It is. (1 p.m. for you? Oh, nice. Well, good afternoon, sir. How are you doing today? And, Barrett, did you figure out what you want to play yet? Oh shit! Nice hit, dude. Stop it! It says stay down. Just woke up? Oh, well, good morning. Good afternoon. Yeah, I think I go this way. Thanks, no problem. Oh, yep. Found it. What's up, pimps? We used to live around here. We snuck into Gifu Castle out of curiosity, but we won't make the same mistake again. We're getting out of here. Oh, I found this on the ground. You can have it. Thanks. You have anything for me? Thank you so much, sir. I never expected to be saved. Monsters created this building, and no one dares to come here. They say something even more horrible is lurking down in the deeps inside. Refuse to go any deeper. Please, sir. The safety of Mito Province is in your hand now. Oh, okay. Oh, fucking... Thank you for the medicine. Ooh. Let me heal again. Sorry. I know. It's probably not the most entertaining thing to watch, but this is an investment, okay? First of all, I was scared that I wasn't going to be able to get this thing after I found out that I could, because I thought I missed the refresh for the shop. I guess I didn't. So I bought everything there, and I got this, and then now I get to save all my healing items unless I'm in the battle, which you say I'm gonna need during the last boss fight. So let's fucking go, dude. Because every time I use resources in any game like this, you know, I'm like, ooh, I'm gonna need that later. Fuck, I can't heal. TMNT art you showed last stream is your work? I showed you TMNT art? Last stream? I know I was drinking, but I don't remember showing you that. Yep. What did it look like? Because I have made TMNT art, but I don't remember showing it on stream. Was it... What did it look like? Near you? Oh, that one. The one, the pizza dude's got 30 seconds. No, fuck. Well, I got a hair on my tongue. If it's that one, then no, Raph and Donnie. Donnie and Mikey? Is it this one? Yeah, no, I didn't make that one. I know the one you're talking about. It's the pizza dude's got 30 seconds scene from the first 90 movie. And, homeboy, Adam Michaels, he made it. He's a very talented artist, and I know him. Funny enough, I actually bought his art before I met him, but I worked on a Casey Jones short film, and he was co-director, and he starred as Casey Jones. Mikey is the best. I am a Donnie guy. I like Donatello best, but I would say Mikey's probably a close second. Fuck. Nope, stop it, dude. Fuck. Yes, like when Donnie got murked by the foot with splintering a ton of arrows. Yeah. It's unfortunate. Onigashima, the blood pond. Blood for the blood pond. Special magic liquid. Yeah, dude, that comic is heartbreaking. Like, I grew up fucking loving the Ninja Turtles, my boy. Whoa.
You must have missed me.
Yeah, you helped for sure. Thanks, dude.
That was fun.
Are you got arts on TMNT? Yeah, I do. I do have arts on TMNT. I can pull them up real quick if you really want to see them. So I used Procreate on my iPad. I think the ones that I made are on my Instagram. Trying to get the best way to pull this up. I don't think I could do Instagram here right now. Right here, right now, right here, right now. Art, pictures. I think this is. Yeah, so there's a few things that I've done. Let me go ahead and. Oh, I'll get back to you in 3 minutes. I'll show you after break. Ad break. Just let me know when you're back. No, technically no. I did do some physical art. I think, let me see. Like I said, they're all on my Instagram. Let me see. That's funny. Yeah, do you have Instagram? If you scroll towards the bottom, you can see a lot of my older art, but is that the only time you procreate? Dude, sorry, I read that wrong. That's funny. Are you guys still in the ad break? Or are you guys subbed? I don't know. Are you in ad break? Oh yeah, well, whenever you're back, I'll show you. That's funny. Yep, okay. I'll wait. I've been subbed for 7 months in a row. Thank you, dude. I appreciate your support. It means a lot. For real, for real. I was on a very short one, but it was when you were answering my question originally. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot what question it was. Collect all maps. Wait, is this the last area? Fuck, so close. Last Ronin. Oh, yeah. Wait, what was the question about Last Ronin? Oh, dude, I really hope they don't fuck up the Last Ronin game. Yeah, I hope they don't either. Who's doing it? Is it Platinum? Or Ninja? Team Ninja? I forget who. Ninja Theory? What was Ninja Theory, right? Somebody that got killed recently? Didn't they shut that down? Yeah. I think it was Platinum. Which Platinum did a Turtles game before. They did Mutant Mayhem. I never got to play that one though. I always wanted to. Shit. No, aim, you dumbass. Shit. Fuckers. Yeah, Platinum. I've heard not good things. I liked how it looked. Yeah, I never played it, so I don't know. And you know me, there are games that get like awful reviews that I fuck with. But I don't know, it might be one where I'm like, yeah, I see why people hate this. Or do people hate it, or is it just like kind of mid? I have no idea what the reception of that game was, other than I remember being pissed that it had no couch co-op. It's a Ninja Turtle game without couch co-op, which is that should be illegal. So you're saying your Insta Nikki? It's not good reception. So you can say your Insta Nikki? Nickel? I don't know what that. Are you asking for my Instagram? It is joey.gdlw. But also I was gonna screen share and show you what I got. So let me turn this on. Display capture. Make sure I don't reveal anything crazy. So I did 3 of the 4 turtles. So here's my favorites, which is I started with Donatello. So the idea that I had, it was like So I worked on this Casey Jones short film, and I liked how there was a slight reinterpretation to some stuff, and I was like, oh, let me imagine, because I was so all in on that project. Let me imagine what the turtles would look like in this universe. So I always liked the idea of like them using found stuff, you know, like I know people hate the Bay ones. I kind of like their designs. They're just too big, but I like what they're wearing. Blank screen. Oh, oops. There we go. And I wanted to play into the fact that he's a mechanic. So this is the first one that I did. And I like this one. So he's got a metalhead hologram because he's like talking through him. If you watch the movie, you'll see. And then I gave him like some just references. JG, that's my what's one of my handles. That's how I sign a lot of my art. There's a reboot pin, Watchmen, I Love New York, stuff like that. And I like, every now and then they do play with this, but I love the idea of the turtles being different breeds. Because I mean, they're brothers, but I don't think they're literally from the same batch. I don't think they're blood brothers, but they could be. I don't know. I don't think that's ever been touched on outside of like the mainstream. Like, I think they're all different breeds in Rise of the Ninja Turtles. But yeah, so this is my Donatello. Oh no, the second one I did was Michelangelo. This is my favorite one. So I like the idea that he's a fucking you should do a tortoise instead of turtles. Oh, I did my Raphael is a snapping turtle. But yeah, so this is Raphael, this is Michelangelo, and I noticed when he's doing his thing, I know he's a skater, but he kind of gives me surfer vibes. Like even in the old cartoon, he talks like a surfer, you know. Hey, whoa, wipe out, you know. So this one, I think I just finished watching Surf Ninjas. So his look is inspired by that. This is the headband. And I put some references. Like there's the Kwansu dude. That's like the catchphrase from Surf Ninjas. I did Casey's, like these are stickers, Channel 6 News, Power Rangers as a reference to the crossover, because I think that was going around the time I did this. Cowabunga, and it's like scuffed skateboard. And he's listening to music. He's got nunchucks. Yeah, I don't know. I was just messing around. I think that's all I have here. I have Krang. This is my version of Krang. Because I was talking to my friend who was, like I said, he wrote and directed the thing. And I was like, what do you imagine Krang being like? And he was like, oh, Krang, he imagines the thing. So I was trying to come up with something like that, like some asymmetrical brain shaped and colored thing. And even in my mind, and this is kind of inspired by what they did with Leatherhead in the IDW comics, I imagine he can actually just fuse with anything, not just the Krang robot. And in my interpretation, like if I could just have a free reign thing, I would actually imagine that the android that he pilots is more of a cyborg. Like it was a dude that he's piloting, and against his will, he's adding like all these like tech enhancements onto him. He's not in control of his own body. I like that idea. And then I have my Raphael somewhere around here. Let me just move this over in case I reveal any sensitive material. Let me see. Where are my prints? I think it's in my documents folder, because I wanted to sell these as prints at one point. I just never got around to it. And I still need to do Leonardo. Let me see, documents. You want to make some reptile-based comic as a group project? I already got some ideas. The big problem with that is I'm very slow when it comes to art. I'm not sure if I'm capable of doing a comic. Like the one I really want to do is I want to do a fucking Resident Evil comic. I don't have the time to dedicate to that. At least not to the standard that I have. Where is it? Projects? Oh, it's in projects and then prints. I got your Discord. Oh yeah, it's here. There you go. That link should work if you're asking for it. And then here's my Raphael. I think it needs a bit more polish work. I'm not really happy with the rendering of the pants, but this is just the basic design that I have. I don't do an existing IP, do something similar but different. No, I know what you mean. I'm just saying, I don't have time for a comic. That is a very daunting task for me. Can I ask you to share me original size Raph? I want to print it and gift it to my friend's son. He's 8 years old. As long as you promise to not share it, Sure. I mean, I also in your DC. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, hit me up there and I can send you the file, but don't reshare it because I do intend to actually sell these. But you're cool, so I'll let you keep this one and print it. But yeah, so this one's actually inspired by a comic that kind of inspired some of the Casey Jones short film that we worked on. It was Blood Body Count. And in that one, Casey gets like a fucking flag themed mask and he goes on like a killing spree. Oh no, wait. And then in I think there's like a blood swipe or whatever. So anyway, in the short film, as a reference to Raphael with the red over the eyes, he ends up getting his hand injured and he wipes blood on the mask and it looks like that. So I can make a pic to show what I do. Okay, that'd be nice. Yeah, I would like to see that. And yeah. So instead of having a band, he uses like just paint or something. I like that idea. He's got more like a tactical military vibe to him. In my mind, he's a snapping turtle. I kind of want to make him thicker. And I'm sure you noticed each of the turtles, they kind of do like their logo, their their letter differently. So he's got like dog tags. If you want help with your Resident Evil comic, let me know. Yeah, I'll let you know. I appreciate that. And he's defeating a Mauser. But yeah, man, send me a message on Discord and I can get to that for you. Shit, that was an accident. But yeah, those are my turtles. I need to do Leonardo. I have an idea. There's a couple ideas I'm toying around with him. So there's a future episode where Leonardo actually gets blinded. I kind of like the idea of him being blind still, but through his senses, he's almost like a daredevil type thing because he's honed his training. He's the most trained of the turtles, most disciplined. So I like to imagine he can still get around and have fun even. Or maybe he's partially blind, like one eye. But for me, I like the idea of his band being like kind of Kenshi from Mortal Kombat, where it's like a blue band across his eyes. Or maybe I could do one, so it's like angled, like Kakashi. Yeah, Kakashi. You know what I mean? So I don't know with him. And then honestly, I'm playing around with what they do. Leonardo typically has two swords. I kind of want to give him like how some ninjas do it. I don't know what it's called, but it's like, you have like the long sword and then you have like that shorter like dagger one. I might do something like that with him. I might have him do a Star Killer thing where he holds his blade backwards, or I don't know. I'm trying to figure out. I like just deviating from there. Oh yeah, and another thing that you notice how the turtles have 2 toes and like 3 fingers? That's fucking weird. So I'm giving them 3 toes, 3 fingers, and then some of them are different breeds. Different turtles have tails sometimes. So my Raph is a snapping turtle with a tail. And I don't know if you picked up on it, my Michelangelo, he's got some sea turtle elements added to him because of the whole surfer element. If you're gonna make Leonardo blind, why not make his swords also like a walking stick that blind people use to see in front of them by tapping the ground? Yeah, I kind of wanted to do that. Like maybe he'll like ping, like I guess his own blade or something like that. But maybe something like that, yeah. But like I said, I mean, if he's combat trained, I don't think he has a need for a walking stick, but I do like the idea of him like kind of using echolocation or something like that. But yeah. Let me get to a point where, because I gotta go to bed soon. Fuck. Like it's the weekend, I'll be fine either way, but I'm definitely pushing it. But I'm enjoying myself and I'm enjoying this game. You feel me? You heard me? And then I'm going this way. Is there anything in this room? But yeah, shoot me a message on Discord. No, like he has little tips on his sword that are like a little ball, so he could use his swords as a walking stick. I probably won't do that. I have a very not specific image, but I don't know. Like I like the idea, but I'm gonna go with a different direction. Thank you for the suggestion, though. Maybe Splinter. Maybe I could do something like that with Splinter. I don't have a Splinter design. I haven't even considered him. Now I think about it. Oh fuck. It's only 4, so 1, 2. No, fucking look it up. This it? No. Oh shit. You can have 2 blind people in the weather would probably sewer would probably be a good being blind since he's already has a walking stick. Yeah, that does make sense. Maybe Leo's only partially blind. Like I said, I'm just exploring the idea, but I don't want him to have a walking stick. Maybe Splinter, because Splinter does use a staff. And I think that's clever. Oh, is this it? I think this is the one. Let me rewind it. Nice. Thanks, game. No, you're not wrong. But like I said, I like the idea of like some of them being like maybe not fully. And then, you know, it can kind of tie in story-wise into because I always feel like Splinter and Leo kind of have like a stronger connection in a weird way. Like he's the most studious one, you know. And then maybe it's like something that they bond over, you know. I don't fucking know. What is he doing? Okay. Would you do original characters or just original takes on existing characters? As of right now, I kind of imagine I'm just reinterpreting existing characters, but at least for this Ninja Turtle thing. And like I said, for me, it's like semi-canon to the short film. I was just heavily inspired by that. And even then they deviate things, but like I might do like a Baxter Stockman, more of like a body horror, like fucking Cronenberg style. Yeah, actually I haven't considered making new characters. Are there animals that haven't been mutated to Ninja Turtles yet? Just an idea. What if ooze that turn the turtles into what they are also got on Splinter and his eyes, and that's why he's blind? Maybe. Oh, nice. Oh, this is actually where being 16:9 would fuck me, because this game is built 4:3 originally, right? And then in order to compensate, they up-resed everything and they zoomed in to fill the 4:3, I mean 16:9 ratio. Yeah, that could work. Because I mean, depending on what happened, I think the ooze, yeah, the ooze made Splinter big too, so maybe he just got like a fucked up side effect or something. But I don't know, I'm working on it. Thank you for bouncing ideas off me. This does help. Because like I said, I didn't really consider even Splinter. And I think you mentioning the stick kind of inspired me a little bit. What items did I get? I'm still here. I forgot all about this place. Scarlet key? This looks like an eyeball. Oh, I do kind of remember something like this. I'm gonna have to explore around. Original character idea. How about a raccoon that is... Oh, dude, I like that actually. There's a thief, and the way the turtles meet the raccoon is because he's trying to steal their stuff, like their weapons and such, and even the van. Dude, I like that. Maybe he starts off as like a foil, but becomes like an actual, like an ally. I like that, man. Call him Jubei. No. That's a good idea, man. A mutated raccoon. You know, I fuck with Sly Cooper. Call him Coop. No, it's too derivative. But I do like that idea. And then, you know, Raccoon's gonna have like that natural bandit look anyway. Call him Tyrone, bruh. Nice. I heard what you said. No, that's pretty great. I don't think I'm going the right way, but I'm gonna check it out anyway. These guys are fine. I don't need to keep trying to kill them. Oh, there's nothing in here. Oh. I went the wrong way. Okay. Wait, did I? Yeah. So hug left, go straight. Okay, all right. That's pretty funny, dude. Fucking move. Oh, let me go ahead and heal. 'Cause I don't think that'll bother me yet. Oh, the explosion hurts me too. Oh, wait. Oh, they're attacking me through here? Oh, you bitches. Okay, hold on. Fucker, hang on. This is annoying. Let me just use a healing item now. Let me just use a couple herbs. That licky on me, dude. Oh, the ladder. I have to go all the way around. Silly goose. Hey, man, this is about to be a fucking 7-hour stream. Dude, Bear, you still here? Oh, he left. Wait, did Bear say goodnight and I ignored him? Guildenstern's book. Dear Lord Nobunaga, I'm wondering if you approve of the golden evil statue that was completed the other day. As one of the best engineers of the demon world, I designed and directed it accordingly to your plan. It is, in my opinion, that the late King Fortinbras would never have thought of such a perfect idea. I enjoyed the project very much. If you have any other requests, please do not hesitate to let me know. I promise you that I will devote my heart and soul to any project you send my way. Your loyal servant, Guildenstern. I've always had ideas for different characters that could be mutated in the Ninja Turtles universe, like one I thought would be a crane that's also like a ninja. That could be cool. Yeah, I like that. That could be fun. I don't need to check here anymore. Then where the fuck do I go? Oh, this is it. Nice. I did go the right way. Yes. Oh, wait. First of all, is there a save point in here? Did I pass one? Okay. Probably approaching one. Oh. You know what? You know what's crazy? I'm gonna put another fucking movie on. I don't want to kill this momentum. Black Mask. I put on I think kind of. Put it. That's still Dawn. A crane that's a ninja. That's pretty cool. Oh. Tyrone, that's funny, man.
Get off, Tokotiro!
You guys are still fucking. Oh, this guy.
Let me go!
It's our Lord's order.
Get away.
Fuck off. Get off my Kool-Aid.
Ouch. I can't protect you if you keep defying our Lord.
Oh, Lord. Woo! Yep. No, I'm surprised he didn't do the easy thing that they always fucking do, where he's like on top of her and he's like, sorry. I like how their mouths move and they don't say anything sometimes.
What is it?
Jubei, I have to go back to Odani Castle. Jubei,
Yeah? Yeah? Spit it out!
Actually, Oyu is not my real name. I am Oichi.
Oichi? You mean that Oichi, wife of the Lord of Odani Castle? Nagamasa Asai? And the sister of Nobunaga?
After I got married 2 years ago, I learned that my husband had 3 daughters from his past wife.
Nice.
I felt betrayed. I wanted to leave,
Okay, babe.
but I learned that my brother Nobunaga was trying to ruin
Oh,
the
shit.
Asai clan. Once I became a member of the Asai family, I thought I should stop my brother. So I went to Gifu Castle and tried to take his life. That's when I met you.
You?
After that, nothing else mattered to me. Only you.
Aw. Come here, babe.
You.
You.
But now I can admit that I'm being selfish. You said that your mother is your mother, no matter what.
Oh, you can't be my mom? What does that have to
or
do
no
with this?
blood. My 3 daughters are waiting for me.
Bitch, what's that got to do with
I
us?
have to return.
Take me with you after this. Start a family. I'll be their papa. Oh wait, she's married, isn't she? I don't know. What? That's cool. I don't care anymore. You just have to know, babe. You have great tits. Shit. No, Keith. Let's fucking go. Fuck. Damn it.
Here we go, Jubei.
You fucking ruined it, you cock block. What's that? What's in here? Oh, yeah. I feel like it's gonna hurt me. Oh, maybe not. Enhance. How much more of this game is left? Secret medicine. Gogan. Oh, Gogadante's barrier. Gogandantes, he is the greatest swordsman of all demons. He moves gracefully like a dancer, yet strong like a storm. He has conquered a barrier like a steel wall around himself, which to this day has yet to be broken. Only the only the sacred flute has a chance to defeat his incredible barrier, and only a swordsman who has the blood of the Oni can play his flute. All right, check. Are they reminding me before I fight him right now? Because the playtesters forgot. Oh, you! Don't you take her from me? Oh shit!
But you are.
I'm a gentleman. Oh wait, also you're Nobunaga's fucking sister. I'm pretty sure they would try to not kill you, save your life.
Are you all right? You don't have to be thankful. It is quite natural for men to save weak women.
Jubei.
Stay back.
Fuck off.
Ah, now. This is the battle that I've been waiting for. The final round. My name is Gogandantes.
Gogandantes. I forgot the inflection.
Whatever. You saved her. At least that was honorable.
Thank you. My name is Gogandantes.
Yep, we covered that. Dude, your head is all the way up your own ass.
Can we get on with this?
I'm all yours. En garde!
Oh, bitch. Like that fucking Andre 3000 album. Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh. All right, let's see. Items. Let's use some medicine and quit sucking. I gotta change what? Can I change through the menu? Oh, I can. Just fucking you spamming everything. What the fuck? Oh. Wait. Wait. Bitch. Oh shit, my health is fucked. Oh! Forgot about that. Bitch. Sorry, dude. You were actually kind of cool.
Dantes.
Yeah, I feel bad. Like, you weren't that bad for a demon.
Magnificent. You've become so strong.
Dantes.
So impressive.
You're so fucking cool. Oh! Bleh.
Now, please do one thing for me.
Kill Nobunaga.
Tell me my name.
You fucking. He's got the ego of a psychopath.
Gogandontis.
Greatest swordsman of all the demons.
Thank you, Jubei.
No problem, pimp. Alright, sorry. Well, I'm gonna spend your soul on a hammer. I'm gonna upgrade it with everything you give me right now. Thank you, bro. Respect orb. Nice. Bleh. Let's fucking go. Oh, that wasn't shit, man. You give me nothing. You didn't give me nothing. I guess I'm going this way now. Hmm? Oh, it was a ladder. Oh, what do we got here? Oh. Get over there. Oh. Hey, viewers, fuck off, Sensory. You got autoban, bitch. You gone, bot. How do I do this? Hold on, let me look at that. Oh, I see. Right? Is it this way? Whoa, that scared me. Got an herb. Corellia. Fuck, I'm getting hungry again. I'm just gonna stuff my face when I wake up, though. All right. Let's see. Sick. Oh, is that the last one? Oh, I got a magic jewel too. Oh, dude, I haven't even been using these. All right. Somebody at the door. Somebody at the door. Hey, what up, babe? Juve, I'm glad you're safe, but you got here immediately. There's a hole in the statue that looks like one of the orb holes. Oh, is that what this is? Oh, okay. I thought it was like a key item or a different item. You know what I mean? The respect orb. Right? Is that what you want?
Wait.
This one's different.
What's this?
What is that? Whoa, cool. Dude, these cutscenes are dope, man. Dude, this was PS2. This is early PS2.
Even the impenetrable Odani Castle is no match for this battleship. By now, the Oda clan has made their way to Odani Castle. Our victory is sealed!
What? Hey, wait! Huh? This way.
Okay.
Huh? What's this?
Hey, babe. Let's hurry and check this room where we lose track of the flying boat. Can I give you anything else? I think. Marry me.
This ring will make me feel like we're together. Always.
Bullet? Thanks. Honestly, those bullets... Wait, normal bullet. Can I get better bullets?
We may be able to catch the flying boat with this.
You know what? Fuck it. I might just finish this tonight. I don't even care. I'm gonna be extra sleepy tomorrow, but you know what? I'm always fucking sleepy.
Damn it. I must get this door open.
I'll help you. Jubei, try the right handle.
What? Oh.
You're turning it the wrong way.
I'm supposed to fucking know.
I'll try the left handle in the opposite direction. Let's go.
You're slacking. Oh. Oh, I get it. Pretend it's use nipples.
It's stuck. Go back.
Fuck.
We have no time. Hurry.
Yeah, we do. We're good. Quit tripping, girl. Perfect. All right, let's skedaddle, babe.
We did it.
It's open.
Let's go.
Yo. Yo. What?
What do we do now?
Trust me.
Okay, I was like, you don't just dingle dangle. You got like a little thing you lay down on. Whee!
Watch out.
Hang on.
Now this is pod racing.
Now, let's go.
All right.
Oh shit. Oh damn. Okay. Now who am I gonna stare at? No. This is so greeny.
Let's find Tokichiro.
Yes.
Hey. Can't be that much of this left. Fuck. I thought we were done here. Yeah. Ooh, what is this? Magic liquid. There, are you there? I'm almost done. No, dodge me. Doing everything. What is this? Oh shit. Oh! Oh! No! Wait, this is bad. This is bad. Let me change my weapon. Let me tell you something. Oh, they got homing missiles? Oh, okay. Oh, I could have done this in the pause menu. Stupid. All right. Alright, I'm gonna go heal. I think it's safe. Oh, no. Oh, they're just making these guys now. Let me hang out here, though. I have to go pee. But I also need to heal, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a leap of faith here, okay? He's not attacking me. I'm not attacking him. I'll be right back. Hopefully, I'll be healed by the time I get back. Or at least clip.
Shit, he's eating her butt. He's eating her butt.
I ain't pausing it.
Don't eat my butt.
Being helpful.
I stubbed my toe. In my pants. Chat, look, butthole's out. Where? Bro, LFAO.
I'm not sure if he does, but I'm trying to get later prints. No, I did not. No, I did not. Show's over. Fuck Diggity 85. Shoot him in the head. Come here, shoot you in the dick. And it almost kills. Perfect timing, actually. Like, as I sat down, the last few notches killed. Like, break the TV. Yuki. Oh shit, there's more. Okay. Okay, they just gonna keep. No, just leave. Get the fuck out. On the road again.
So, the cockroach is still alive.
Yo. Yo. This is a pussy. Please, no more puzzles.
Jubei!
Hey, babe.
Take the steering wheel.
What? But I don't...
Just do it.
I love you.
Oh? Give up! No matter what you do, Donny Castle will fall.
What?
You know that the strong will always prey upon the weak. However hard you try, Lord Nobunaga will conquer the entire country. You should just give up now.
Silence! It is the first order of the Yagyu clan to stop all demons in the underworld. Now, prepare yourself, Tokichiro!
Wait. If you really want this ship, I shall give it to you. I've even got a surprise for you.
Nice.
Enjoy your ride.
Oh, fuck. Nice. Love this guy.
Watch out!
Insert female driver joke. She avoided it. She avoided it. It's like when they hit the curb and they're like,
Donny Castle will fall.
No, I talk shit, but I've done that. I'll just be like, oops. Oh. Huh?
What is this? We can attack with this.
Do you know what you're doing?
No.
We must have faith.
Gotta have
Anyway,
faith.
Must do whatever we can to stop Oda's army.
I know you're asking me to stay. Say please don't go away. Give me the blues. I don't know. I probably mixed those lyrics, but I hear it, you know? And funny enough, I'm more familiar with the fucking Limp Bizkit version. You gotta have faith!
Curse that Tokichiro. There's only one way out of this. Head for Gifu Castle.
Gifu Castle?
Nobunaga must die.
You know, I did not intend for this stream to be this long.
Come on!
No fucking way, really? Real? He dies? Yo! Nobunaga? You done fucked up now! Fuck. Damn it. My baby. Is that like an alternate ending? She dies? Okay. I looked up. She survives. I'm sorry. I was just like, oh, could I have saved her? Did I do something wrong? Is it me? Am I the problem? I don't understand. I thought you liked me. Why would you? Tokichiro's Memo 3. I'm a genius. I gave the scale of the fish ornament to the guard on the roof of the keep tower so that neither humans nor the Oni clan nor even demons will be able to enter the demon base. Signed, Tokichiro Kinoshita. Oh yeah, I can't go down there. Wait, did I save? I did not save. Bruh. the fucking mood. Oh shit. Gotta blend it in there, buddy. Right. Bitch. Bitch. Right in the butt. Oh, also, I think I still have the white necklace on, white bracelet, whatever. Yeah, yeah. So let me heal real quick, and then I'll switch to the purple because I'm wasting my magic. I can make sure everything's still running. Oh, there's a monster over there. I see you breathing all the way on the left. Yuki! Yuki, sama! See, almost. Yas. Item. Yeah, dude, I got a lot of healing. Nice. And then let me equip purple. What's blue do again? Oh, yeah. Oh, the fuck is that? That looks kind of cool. What's the point of this room? Show yourself, secrets. The fuck is this? I also think there was a door right here. Oh yeah, I remember this. I remember this is where I needed that wind thing to enter. Yep. Bitch. Let go! Oh, that's what it is, I think. Oh, what the fuck? Is that Oni? Oh, yeah. So one last challenge dungeon, it seems. I don't know where I'm going. I'm gonna go back and save because like I said, I don't want to accidentally go like to the finale. You know, I want to. If there's another like dark realm, I want to go there. But oh, and this is my last chance to like get orbs. These fuckers. Actually, how far is it? I'm just gonna run for it. Excuse me. I'm gonna go save. I'm gonna make a beeline. What do you think? It was where like that portal was, or up on the roof? I bet it's the portal. Let me go up there and check the map first. Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah. What do you think? It's. I'm gonna check in this room because it's possible. No, because the thing's already usually glowing, right? I'm gonna guess it's in here. Oh. Where they at? Did I fuck up? Can I not get in there anymore? Oh, okay. All right. Then I'm gonna double check this room again. There we go. That's what I was looking for. I think this is the last one, and it's the best color. And I just saved too, so. I have no idea. I'm gonna look it up. How many floors this is. It's good to know. It's good to know. How many floors is Purple Realm in Onimusha 2? 20? Jesus Christ. Me like a man, motherfucker. Right in the butt. These things. You at? I'm loving this. Oh wait, not yet. Let's see if there's any chests to open. No, okay, cool. Because these fuckers are annoying. Move. Oh, you. Oh, shit. Stupid. Getting cocky over here. Lock in. Lock in, Jubei. Fuck, stop letting go too early. Whee. Okay, I just gotta make sure I'm not like too speedy here. I think I don't know, I don't want to jinx it. Never mind. Also, let me check something. Yeah. I'm doing all right. Herbs are fine. I'm gonna try to avoid using the magic. Oh wait, I've start people. Oh. Damn. Fuck. Fuck. All right, you know what? Okay, all right. Nice. Hell yeah. Type shit. Bet. We also Skibbity 6-7. Where you at? I'm down. We there yet? Bitch. Can't stop, won't stop. Fuck. Go, bitch. Yeah, okay. Oof. My health is getting a little low. I don't even know how far in I am. That's what she said. Or, I don't know, what he said, I guess? I don't know if I can It'll be worth it. It'll be worth it. Better be worth it. You run the dick. I lost count of what floor I'm at. I gotta be at least 10. Oh, fuck. Alive? Oh shit. Oh. Okay, Cyrax, what is this? For the health. That's getting a little challenging now. Let me just use a little more herb. You use the herb! Yeah, speaking of. Oh, alright, let's go. We're there yet? Bitch. Tired as fuck, but I know I'm so close to the end. I might as well. I'm not gonna stream for half an hour, you know, next time. Fuck. It's a little cold in here now. Yeah, actually, hold on. Sorry, last time. I'm gonna, I think the AC's at like 72. I'm lock in. Oh shit. I still know cast or anything to pick up. Also, what floor am I on now? Oh shit. It's getting sticky. All right, I'm just gonna use one medicine. Walk away. Actually, I'm gonna equip. Actually, I'm gonna try something. Okay, it's not worth it. I thought it'd be funny, but it's actually kind of scary. Okay. Alright, I think I'm doing okay. I think I'll be getting weapons at these, so it's probably Jubei's last weapon. Shit. Shit. Fucking assholes. Hate it. Let's use this one. Getting sticky. One more. Fuck. One more. It didn't work. Fuck you guys. All right. Is the hammer still? Yeah. Oh shit. Oh, that was it? That was nothing. Fucking Excalibur over here. I have to upgrade this one too. Reika Ken. That was scary. Yay, now I can beat the game. Do I level it up? Oh, it looks like it's already. Well, let me go back to the doodad anyway. So I do have to go to the roof, and then I have to get something there, and then I put it in that portal, I bet. Actually, what does it say for the Reika Ken? A sword with the power of flame, a powerful weapon with a very wide range. What happens if I... Alright. Ooh, nice. Oh shit. Oh dude, that didn't do. Oh, let me heal real quick also. Alright. Damn, dude. I can't believe I'm still playing this. This is one of my longer streams. This might be one of my longest streams. That's not like a special event, you know? Like sometimes I'll do like a 12-hour stream for my birthday or whatever. Affiliate. That was usually affiliate stuff. But what can I say? I'm really enjoying this. For my two lurkers out there, I love you. You know who you are. Probably sleeping. But let me get all my health back so I can save my items. Dude, this is... Did I get magic orbs or did my magic regenerate? Let's see. Oh, nice. I am exhausted, but I really am like at the end of the game, I'm pretty sure. So I'm just gonna, whatever. I'm just gonna do it. All right, what do we got? Enhance. So I can't enhance. That's already maxed. All right. Perfect. Type shit. Oh, let me save. Can you imagine? Also, let me heal. I should just heal all the way. I'm just excited, you know. 8-hour stream. It's crazy. I could be at work being like, oh, like halfway through the day, but look at me play Onimusha, you know? Whatever switch I could flip, let's do that. Because if I could lock in at this level in just like my day-to-day life, dude, I'd be unstoppable, you know? Oh, it's safe. I know I just saved, but it's nice to save with full health rather than to risk it. Oh, I thought that was a door. This one. All right. Upstairs. Oh, what the fuck? What the hell even is that? Oh, shit. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. All right. All right. All right. I don't know what we're doing. Let me equip this then. I didn't expect that. Worth it. Is he just spawning those? Do I just keep... Do I shoot him? Do I throw arrows? Do I shoot him? Okay, I can't. That's not how it works. I don't know if I'm doing this right. This might be better. There we go. Oh, fuck, I'm wasting it. I should be using purple. Stupid. You know what? It's okay. I'm gonna use just one of these. So I have a lot. Perfect medicines also. Just one. I just want to use just one. No, it's a waste. You know why? Because they want me to kill these things so I can grind magic, right? Or farm magic, not grind. Yeah, exactly. What are you doing, buddy? Oh, shit. Oh, I can probably shoot it now when I think about it. Sick. Gold scale. I guess now I go back and save, right? Oh, is that what that is? Is this game auto-saving or at least checkpointing? Because if so, that's actually new and very generous. I don't think I've died. I don't think I've died in this game yet. It'll still happen, but yeah, I wonder if that's what that means. Well, of course that's what it means. See, it's late and I'm stupid. I kind of wish there was a way to turn it off, though. Like, it won't save, but checkpoints is insane in Onimusha. It used to be like Resident Evil, where it's like, you're back to the last part you saved. Bitch. And it's a save point in here. That's awesome. No turning back. I saw that, but it went way too quick. I was paying attention. Oh, that's way too tall, too small. Last save, I think. I can put this son of a bitch to bed, and I'll test 3 and see how that's looking. There's a new orb. I need a new orb. Okay, let's get the orb. Get that bitch. It's probably up here. Yuki! Hey, this is very reminiscent of Oni 1.
One more time.
I'm gonna celebrate.
Gingham Fats, can't you die?
Oh, this motherfucker again?
I told you I was immortal.
Dude, I'm just gonna spam magic on you. You are fucked.
It's going to be the real final fight.
Okay, buddy. Keep telling yourself that. Oh shit. What up, girl? You're alive.
You're alive.
Fucking how? She dies again. She's like the Maria of Onimusha. It's fucking hype though. Believe. Oh, yeah, what up, dude?
Hang on.
I forgive you.
Oh, you hold on. You can do it.
Like all that weight went to your that dumpy of yours.
Are you all right? Are you?
Thank you.
Oh man, I didn't. That surprised me. Dude, that actually surprised me. This game does have a body count. Kotaro, no.
Now you die.
Cream corn. The fuck? They fly now? He's like I'm on an angle. I got something for you, you fucking bitch. Let's try this one. There probably has to be the upper half. Bitch. Not the legs. Get him. Spam it. I think I did get the torso, but this thing's in the fucking way. It's annoying me. Oh, maybe not. Stop auto-targeting, bitch. Nice. That's actually pretty cool. You bitch. Take that. Oh, cool. Nice. He sounds kind of like a Deadite a little bit. Look, not fucking.
Try to come back from that.
Oh, nice. Got the orb. Strength. Kotaro. Kotaro, no.
Kotaro! I made a mess.
Pull yourself together.
Yes, you'll be fine.
Oh, you. I know.
Oh, dude, I'm looking it up.
My mom didn't abandon me.
It's because he was my highest ally. I did this. If another character has a higher friendship, he'll survive the events of the game.
From a village.
Aw. Generally considered non-canon, allowing him to appear in franchises like Blade Warriors. Oh, right. I mean, that's pretty tragic and bit of a bummer.
So lonely.
Kotaro, you're my favorite one to play with. As that came out wrong. Phrasing.
Rest. Don't speak.
Oh, you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I showered you with gifts. Why did I do that?
They must miss you so much.
Yeah, last time I played this, I think I got a completely different ending. I don't remember any of these motherfuckers dying.
I know. I know, Kotaro.
Nice. Cinema.
Kotaro!
They're really dragging this out. Look, vision fading. Mama? Is he gonna...
Mama!
Bro.
Kotaro!
Is that you, Ma?
Kotaro.
Yeah. Dang, I did this because... Oh, I didn't know there was branching, like, endings, dude. Nobunaga, you're going down, bitch.
Nobunaga!
Yeah, I didn't either. I learned so much about him. Alright, take care of the body for me. I don't know. How do I get down there? Okay, ladder. Damn. Kotaro, no. Alright, so for the last time, probably. White necklace. Heal. And then ending? Last boss? Damn, it's 5:05, bruh. Yeah, I might as well just stay up, make breakfast, and just raw dog the day, you know? It's 5:05. Nope, not healed yet. What do you think, Chucky? What do you think? He'll be out of focus, but you want to see? There you go. Love this dude. He says I'm an idiot and I should have gone to bed like 6 hours ago. You're right, Chucky. You're right. Mm-hmm. It's riveting stuff. And let's ride. You know, I've never actually seen that movie. Gone in 60 Seconds? Never seen it. Shrimp. Wait, maybe I can't use it here. Oh, I gotta... Wait. There we go. I thought it was in the door. Ew, it's a very fleshy looking edge to the doors.
Jubei.
Sorry, I killed a Kotaro.
Oh, you.
We finally gonna kiss? There's no madmen flying airplanes at us.
Time to go.
Why?
You need to go home. I'll finish this alone.
But...
Bitch, did I stutter?
Is still your brother.
Oh. Yeah, I mean...
You cannot be involved.
Says who? He's trying... He's like literally the Demon King. I don't care if you're blood. I will fuck you up if it's within my means, you know? Trying to destroy all of Japan. Which is funny, because he keeps saying, he'll rule the country, but like... Dude, he's a demon. Rule the fucking world. What was it? Act locally, think globally. Hey, it's really shimmery, but like the tear effects, like the crying, nice. Aw. It really is pretty convincing. Aw. Dude, it'd be like that sometimes, you know? We play that fucking Aerosmith song. Okay, I get it. Damn, dude. It's been like a 1 minute peck. Let me fucking get the fuck out of here. We got demons to kill.
I hope you find happiness.
Wait. Bruh. You could be happy after the credits roll. What are you doing, dog? You're blowing this, Jubei. Whoa. Dude, I thought she was about to get killed too. I was like, damn, they're dropping like flies. Ooh. Jubei. Yuki-sama. No, I keep doing that. It's just that, and then the I think I've slowed down significantly on that though. But it's still, I still have a flare up every now and then, you know.
Jubei, I've just transferred my power into this golden evil statue. Look at it.
Oh god, that's horrifying. It has faces on it. And standing on brain.
No one will serve a man who has sold his soul to the demons.
Nani?
You are not worthy.
Whoa. Ooh. What am I doing? Oh shit, why did I do that? What are you doing? Why are you glowing? Why are you glowing? What is this? What the fuck are you doing? Camera, I can't see. Oh shit. Down here, boy. Oops. Oop. Stop it. Stop it. Fuck. What's happening already? Oh shit, dude, you scared the shit out of me. Oh shit, I'm out. Oh, dumbass. No, you. Oh shit, I might. Fuck. Ah, that was a waste. There's other items I could have used, or other weapons. Spam it, dude. I don't give a fuck. I don't even know if it's actually hurting him or not. Probably wasting it. I'm doing this so I don't have to waste time in game, you know? It's okay. I might die, but I can always. You know. Get down there. Get down from there. Please. I'll shoot you. Is that what you want me to do? Is this what you want? Okay, he's down. Downstairs, you know, like, well, he's not flying. Wait, what are you doing? Don't you dare! What are you doing? Oh shit, that was a nice attack, bud. Oh shit! Stop wasting it, you dumb fuck. I can't block that at all? No. Shit, wrong one. It's okay, this is the trial run, you know? I'm trying to see what I'm working with first. Mistakes were gonna happen. Fuck. Like that. No! It's okay. Come on. Gimme! Fuck. Hey, hit him. Stop it, bitch. You're killing me. You're killing me. Spam the magic and then heal like when I can, if I can. But oh, there's you still. You. Oh shit. I know there's more. I know. I think I fight the fucking statue thing, but I don't know why. I thought that was just to go on forever. What the fuck? Nice. So tired. Why did I do this? Oh, ads. Nice.
I must believe in the Oni.
Believe it.
It will guide me.
Yo.
Faith, charity, respect, honesty, strength.
For us, snow bunnies. Oh shit. Okay, all right, hold on. Oh my god. Oh. Can I charge it? No. Okay. Oh shit, nice. Okay. Oh. Dude, this is kind of hype. Give me. Fuck. All right, it's fine. Put this shit out. I feel like they're gonna like the Resident Evil laser room me and it's gonna like predict my pattern and then, you know what I mean? They're gonna fuck with me. Oh shit. Reach fire? What can't it do? Alright, that was on me though. Let's fucking go! Oh! Shit, can I heal? Okay. fun. Dude, I fucking love Onimusha. Like, why did I take so long to replay this? Like, I don't want to say I forgot, but like, after playing through it again, I'm like, yeah, that's right. These are fucking fantastic. I'm so glad it's back, dude. Like, I can't wait for the new one. Like, that's what it's about. Fuck. Getting sloppy. I think I'm doing it right. That's what's up. I got the haunted mask flying at me. Ooh, shit. I wonder if there's people that beat this game's like no damage. Are there no damage runs of Onimusha? Oh shit. Oh shit. I have no idea if I'm actually doing this right or not. This is fucking nuts. Hurry up and die. Ah! Oh my god. Did I do it? Okay.
You, Jubei. You cannot defeat me.
Just fucking did. Oh, do I look cool?
I will rise again.
You. Holy shit. We did it. Oh, that's kind of a weird. There's no epilogue. Oh, dude, we did it. Yugi-sama. Yo. Man, now after this, it's gonna be tactics. Because I'm doing release order. Let's fucking go. Can I skip it? That was good. What's my score? Oh, there's an epilogue. Motaro! I'm sorry. Motaro. That's his name. Motaro. Where's everybody else? Magaichi and fucking Iki didn't give a shit about me. Honestly, I think I have to pick. You know? Or I don't know. Like, there's conditions for winning based on the gift system, which is kind of interesting. But because he was my best friend, that they took him. That's what it is. They knew what they were doing. Honestly, I was just trying to fuck her, but I guess I did give Motaro all the goodies. See, I thought it was just a consistent thing. It's like, just make sure everybody loves you. I didn't know it was a fucking hierarchy of friendship that would determine the kind of ending you get, you know? It's interesting. It's Totoro and his mom in heaven. Honestly, I feel like they're gonna do that shit because the pigeon. Remember the pigeon? was a good ending. Hey, never mind. She kind of looks like she kind of looks like Kelly Hu from that angle.
Jubei.
A younger Kelly Hu. And I choked on my spit as I was saying that. She kind of looks like a. Yeah, buddy. You fucking better. You fucking better. She flashes him. Go get it, Jubei. Oh damn, they got good vision. Yeah, I'd have been like, is that fucking? Oh boy. Jubei Yagyu will return in Avengers Doomsday. All right, dog, I am tired. So, let me see how this goes. Oh, okay, yeah. OU Kotaro. Wait, OU is my favorite. Okay, so, oh, these story progress, and these are branches, I guess. So, what did I do? Can I pick? Oh. Oh, I fucked up. Whatever. Wait, there's another floor I didn't access? E for bullshit. Story progress not available in the special features. Yeah, what's that? Can I pick? Do I have to replay the entire game, or could I be like, oh, I'm gonna branch off here and then let me see what's on theirs. Oh, these are cool. What are these? Oh, okay, just little achievements I did. All Phantom Realms. That's bullshit. I didn't realize I missed one. When did I miss one? Jubei's outfit, special, Summonesque outfit. OU special. Oh, but her special outfit is ugly. Puzzle Phantom Realm. You travel down puzzles. Ooh, that sounds crazy. Oh wait. All the cutscenes you've seen so far are reflected. All right. All right. Well, let's uninstall this son of a bitch. You know, it's like now that like all that adrenaline is fading, I'm just like feeling it. I'm stupid. This is the direct result of me being stubborn. You know, my sleep schedule. Secret total. All right. All right. So let me just actually before I forget, let me uninstall this. And let's see who's live. I mean, how many people are watching? 3, 2. I can't even see it. 3. Is there anybody even like I would raid on? No. I'm gonna raid Cinna. It's ridiculous. All right. Well, you know, I can call it here and just take my stupid ass to bed. So that's what I'm gonna do. I had like what 4 or 5 movies on. 4, 6, 7. Anyway, yeah, it's time. Next up is going to be Onimusha Tactics. Bye. Thank you for hanging out, everybody. I love you. And I forgot I even had the screen. I was looking at my Elgato settings and I was like, oh yeah, I have a fucking thanks for watching screen. Forgot this son of a bitch existed. But yeah, good night. I love you. All the kisses.